Well, we couldn't even make it a week after what many hailed as the best showcase of Summer Game Fest, maybe one of the best Xbox showcases ever, for Asha Sharma to drop a memo that paints a pretty worrying picture. The numbers are bad, the company is not in a good place, and from what we're hearing from those in the know, massive amounts of layoffs and even studio closures are on the horizon, even after assurances were made earlier this year that was not something that was going to be happening. Now, I had an entirely different show typed up, ready to go, and this information dropped, 20 minutes before I was going to dinner with my family, like upstairs to dinner with my family. So I figured I'm not going to write a big long thing or try to come up with anything on the fly. I'm just going to pull up the Xbox Wire next 100 days Xbox Reset Memo. That's what they're calling this. They're calling this an Xbox Reset. That's why I went with the title that, this is the end of the Xbox that we knew. Everything that we thought this company was going to be doing, everything we thought the brand was going to be doing this generation is officially coming to an end. And it all started, obviously, with some of the major acquisitions that have led us to this point. It's been interesting to see theories that the significant amount of acquisition spending is not why they are in this current and precarious position. Now, there are many other factors, yes, but one of the leading causes and one of the things that has really expedited the situation is the acquisitions. It's also interesting to watch studios potentially going to get closed down who were purchased by Microsoft. They might not have been in that situation. Now, certainly ABK was going to go through their own round of layoffs and restructuring. The actual economy and inflation and everything going on, we're going to see more layoffs in the future. Xbox is not unique in this regard. We will certainly see some restructuring in a lot of the bigger tech companies. PlayStation will likely have their own because of the nature of what happened in 2020 and 2021 with overhiring, and now they're sort of being forced to revisit some of this because of the nature of the global situation, the situation with hardware, as well as the war. But this is also calling into question so many other assurances that the brand had made, something that I continued to caution people about. Don't take what they're saying to the bank. They commonly say a lot of things just to make you feel good or to ingratiate loyalty, and then very quickly you find yourself in a scenario where everything has changed. This is to the point now where, reading through this, I'm even seeing people make the observation that all hardware plans could be potentially restructured entirely. Project Helix could look completely different from what everybody imagined it would be. So I want to read this and react and give my thoughts, and then I'll obviously be just talking with the audience and debating this. This is obviously frustrating, thinking about the fact that we could be seeing studios literally close down, projects maybe not even coming to the market. The situation seems to be pretty dire from just the handful of things that I've read, even from pretty predominant people who tend to be on Xbox's side of things. It paints a worrying picture. Now, if you're watching this later and you like my coverage, be sure to hit subscribe and the bell button so you do not miss these live shows. I go live Monday through Friday. I keep it safe for work. We are working on a goal on the channel. We've been working on this goal for a very long time. We want to get to 600 paying members. So if you watch my content on the regular, that $5 a month might not seem like much, or like it's $5. What's the big deal? It's how we grow this. It's how we foster the community. We have a Discord for you as well. If you can't afford it, totally understand. Times are tough. We have lots of people who gift. I myself gift very regularly. You might get a gifted member. So if you're unable to do a membership, that's totally fine. Continue to watch the content, leave comments and likes. Those are free and they help out as well. But if you can't help us with that goal, it would be greatly appreciated. And you can watch in various places. There are people supporting on Twitch right now. They use their primes, and then there are people gifting right now. I will get to you guys sort of as I'm going through this. I'm probably going to be thanking people. I usually don't do that in the show open, but this is probably going to be a pretty long show open, so I will make this a more interactive show open. So I will thank some people. Han shot first, and so did you. Risic dropped the 5-bomb, and then Joker Quinn dropped the 5-bomb to put us a little bit closer to being on pace. We do a Saturday night stream with my wife where she's playing through Destiny 1 for the first time, and then Fruchter hit a lot of months on Twitch, 54 months. Thank you so much. 4.5 years. That's a lot. So I am not saying that Xbox is dying, but I am saying, and good morning Discord, I am saying that we are going to see a very different Xbox in light of what's happening. And I told people that Asha Sharma is coming in to clean house. I told people this weeks ago. Everybody's like, oh, she's the savior. She's going to come in with the scythe and take the company to the threshing floor. That was something I said very many times, and I think we're now getting a glimpse into what that's going to look like. So let's just sort of read this. They're calling it the next 100 days Xbox reset. This message was sent to the Team Xbox employees globally. Now, I will say people are praising her for speaking very directly to this and not keeping things like quiet or keeping things under wraps. I get why people are praising her for that, but you don't have much of a choice. This is going to happen. It's going to be public. You know, layoffs and things like this tend to be pretty significant. And guess who likes layoffs a lot? Shareholders. So this type of a thing, this type of an honesty about the revenue and everything, it is great for the public to hear it. But there are multiple purposes for something like this because of the nature of some of the things that have been happening on the cusp of that showcase. This is, I think, signaling to the shareholders that they mean business. Over the next 100 days together, we have started to revive Xbox. Our platform teams have already shipped more updates in the last 100 days than during the prior year combined. We now have more active partners on Xbox than ever before. Our Game Pass team set to work fixing our offering, and after 8+ months of decline, our service has started to grow again. And through Player Voice, we have a 24/7 channel to hear directly from players, creators, and developers. Credit where credit's due. I think they have made good changes to win back fan goodwill. They had significantly lost a lot of fan goodwill through obviously price increases that everybody's doing. Again, that's not unique to Xbox, but they were in a bit of a different scenario as a brand. People were actively watching their token titles walk across the aisle to the competitor or the former competitor, PlayStation, and that just didn't sit well with a lot of people. Then you start raising the prices on your services. Now, I, for one, have tried to wake people up to the fact that the Game Pass price hike was a form of price anchoring. Everybody else was increasing their sub-services by $2 or $3. Xbox successfully did that and got people to celebrate it. They raised the price by $2 or $3 and removed Call of Duty. They just distracted everybody by raising the price of Game Pass by 50% and then lowering it later to ingratiate people and have them celebrate it. I think that was part of the plan, which... that's fine. You have to win back the goodwill, and there are various ways to do it. Continuing here with the memo, with the Xbox Game Showcase and the return of FanFest, we brought together hundreds of millions of fans globally. We reintroduced exclusives with Gears of War E-Day in 2026 and Clockwork Revolution in 2027. Players can continue to expect signature exclusives from us every year. In parallel, Playground Games reminded us that established franchises can achieve incredible new heights. I just want to point something out here. When she said that they would try to do more exclusives in the future when the company got into a healthier place, that is clearly what she was signaling about what they need to do. This memo is them doing that. Them getting the brand, them getting the business side of Xbox into a healthier place. And it's going to be pretty severe. I don't think people are going to like what happens come July. These results are early, but they demonstrate what is possible when we move faster, stay close to our community, and align behind a shared vision. We have made mistakes, and we will continue to make them, but what matters is that we listen, learn, and adjust the course where needed. Remember, our fans are rooting for us. Now we start the next 100 days. It is important to have both optimism and realism as we work to reset the business. So she is looking at this as a reset, and sometimes when you got to reset the bone, you got to break the bone, okay? This is going to be pretty severe, and yes, much of this is needed, and to be fair, you can't really lay a lot of this at Asha Sharma's feet, okay? I know people want to give her credit for all the good things that are happening, a lot of the games that are being developed, and sort of the deluge of first-party game studios that are coming to the market this year. That's not the result of things that she has done. She's getting to kind of pick up the baton and run the race with all those sort of headwinds behind her. But here's the thing, or maybe is headwinds the right term? Whatever it is, whatever it is when you have that behind you, you're getting to kind of pick up where somebody else left off. But the truth is she's also inheriting a whole lot of baggage as well. So what is about to happen to tailwind? Thank you. I could not think of the term. I was like, headwinds I know is wrong. That's when you're running into the wind. Yeah. She got to inherit some tailwinds, and she got to inherit some, influx of first party games. And that's all well and good. she did not cause this. She did not inherit. She is inheriting something that she did not cause. The acquisition, the high spending, the way they handled Series X and S, the way they've handled Game Pass historically. None of that's Asha Sharma's fault. I'm just telling people, if you want to give her credit for all the good stuff, then you're probably going to have people throwing the bad stuff in your face as well. I don't think either make a lot of sense. She inherited a great bandwidth of games that were all coming out roughly at the same time, from Forza to Gears to shortly here we'll be playing Fable, right? And then there's Halo. She got to kind of inherit that really nice timing, which it's really well timed because she's also inherited a pretty diabolical situation when it comes to the operational costs of Xbox and how much money they are generating. So she says, here are the realities that we need to navigate. Over 1 billion players choose to play Xbox and our games each year for a total of 72 billion hours across console, PC, mobile, and streaming, excluding much of China and a few other properties. Our franchises are also among the largest and the most beloved globally and are now breaking records in TV and film. Going forward, our competition is attention. There are more great games, TV series, franchises, creators, content formats, apps, etc. than ever before, right? Number 2, she says, we will end this fiscal year at about a 3% accountability margin down year over year. Excluding Activision Blizzard King, over the past 5 years, we have spent over $20 billion on ongoing investments in our content platform and hardware subsidy, but our annual revenue has declined nearly $500 million during that time. Going forward, this cannot continue. So the finance guys were groaning at this paragraph. This is obviously pretty dire. This is obviously not great. She says excluding Activision Blizzard King. So you got to think, this was basically $70 billion, okay? This was basically $70 billion. That's not even included here. $20 billion was spent in investments in the content, the platform, and the hardware subsidy. Now, you got to understand something. I continued to tell people, and a lot of people said this was not unique to me, that the cost to ensure Game Pass had a steady flow of big first-party property was very, very expensive, and it was going to be difficult to argue that they were making that back on Game Pass. We were always given assurances Xbox is profitable. We were always given assurances that Game Pass is profitable. It certainly doesn't look that way now that we're actually getting some transparency on how things have been shaping up. You can't just spend a bunch of money. It's kind of like that part in Parks and Recreation where he's like, well, they said you got to spend money to make money, so we just kept spending money. This was never going to end well with the rate at which they were spending, but not seeing that return, especially when you had an entire culture of people conditioned to not buy games and to use Game Pass, which it's a great value. You cannot blame the customer for that. These were mistakes that Xbox made as a company and as a brand. So now they're facing the reality. You are spending way more than you're making. So you're going to have to figure out a way, with a margin that small, you're going to have to figure out a way to make that better. And that's, of course, going to come in the form of probably significant layoffs and studio closures. Thank you, B. Carter, for 3 months over there on Twitch. We're 10 away from the next milestone. Give any good news for Xbox 24 hours before they, time to ruin it. People were literally saying, oh, we're so back, we're speedrunning the, everything's terrible again. I really do think that the showcase was designed to get everybody really excited because it was going to be like a brace for impact moment. It was going to be like, look, I know you're all excited and you're all happy and exclusives are back, but brace for impact. It's about to be bad, okay? So again, I'm not a super duper educated finance guy, but I saw people responding to this who are, and they're like, oh, this is terrible. This is bad, right? What in the world, Ginger? A 50 bomb from Ginger Prime? Did you click the wrong one, sir? You usually do 5 bombs, Ginger. Did your finger slip? Thank you, Ginger. What are you doing, sir? Cannot wait to chop this all up with you on Friday, brother. That is ridiculously generous. This guy typically does a weekly 5 bomb. He's been doing 10s, but he usually does a 5 bomb. I think your finger slipped. At least that's what you're going to tell your wife your finger slipped. I always wanted to do that. Well, there you go. That's very generous, Ginger. Thank you, guys. Be sure to thank Ginger for that. And if you're here watching on YouTube, try to get us to 200 likes. There's already a bunch of you here. I knew this was going to be red hot this morning. We had to completely scrap our other business plans. And a 5-bomb from Wired Rope over there on Twitch. Twitch is trying to compete and get in the ring. Thank you very, very much. Wired Rope says, take that, Ginger. So again, the finance guys, the business guys, they saw this paragraph and they thought, oh my Lord, this is bad. Number 3, we are in a hardware component crisis, and this is not their fault, right? But it is a reality they have to face, so that we don't get to lay this at their feet. When I joined as CEO in February, the price we paid for console storage components was over 2 times as high as we paid last fall. These costs have since doubled again, and as we plan for the 2027 holiday season, we expect another significant increase, taking us over 5 times the prices that we paid only 2 years earlier. And Alex is joining the fight over there and gets a milestone for Twitch. I do owe 2 members to YouTube, but now I owe 1 to Twitch. Thank you so much, Twitch, for joining the fight. I will pay up these subs in a bit. Now, if you guys are going to go crazy, I know a lot of you guys like to gift and go wild and help with the goal. A treasure train is starting on Twitch. That means if it gets to level 2, which it already is level 2, all gifted subs are 35% off on Twitch right now as long as it's a 5-bomb or higher. So you guys can save a lot of money. Like, that's way cheaper than doing it the normal way. So if you've been kind of waiting and saving and like, oh, I'm going to go crazy with my gifteds, now is a great time to do that over there on Twitch. And the hype train's got about 4 minutes on it. So as we plan for the 2027 holiday, we expect another significant increase, taking us over 5 times the price we paid only 2 years earlier. Like, this is just such a rapid inflationary situation. There's nothing to really call this other than exorbitant. I mean, this is insane, and this is something that everybody is facing. Valve is facing this. Nintendo is facing this. PlayStation is facing this. Memory costs have followed a broadly similar trajectory. While the entire industry is facing a component crisis, we believe we have been impacted more greatly than many of our peers due to the choices we made over the last half-decade. Translation, they did not shore up and buy to kind of weather the storm in the way that, like, PlayStation did. I don't know exactly what Valve or Nintendo might have done, but Microsoft certainly did not prepare for the storm in the same way that, you know, some of their rivals did, some of their peers did. Thank you so much for the glorious content, Sis B. Carter. Always high quality. I'll always praise you for that. It sounds pretty definite to me. Xbox will definitely be going full third party if they really need that money. I still think they'll do smaller exclusives just to kind of maintain that marketing touch point. I think they really do want to keep people from leaving. And I think that is a significant issue. Like, they don't want to keep losing customers. So I definitely think they're going to have to look at that. They're going to have to look at, like, what are the best titles for those exclusives to keep people on their ecosystem and in their platform. And if you guys are just tuning in on YouTube, thank you so much for being here. We're reading through the memo. It's bad, and it spells a pretty worrying future for Xbox. As you come in, hit like, and you can say something in the chat. I'm trying to kind of read and interact with chat at the same time. We are currently unable to make as many consoles as players want to buy, and we need a new business model and partnerships for hardware as we remain committed to Helix. So here's the reality. We know that OEM has been in the room for a long time for Xbox hardware. What we're probably looking at is some form of, like, companies like Asus and others making versions of Helix to have them in the market, because Xbox is not going to be able to make those to the degree that needs to be made. We might even see Helix completely reworked, scrapped, or, you know, turned into something different than a lot of people were originally conceiving of. And we'll see how that ends up playing out. But this does clearly signal that they are going to be partnering with other people to make the hardware for them. This is, I think, been in place for a while. I don't think Microsoft likes being in hardware. It's expensive. And then when the market fluctuates like this, you're sort of left holding the bag, buying all those very expensive components, and then passing on those prices to the consumer. Like, a lot of people were upset that Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo raised the prices of their hardware, but as you read this sentence about how the price of things has just been inflating at just a rapid speed, that's the reality that they're facing. They have to protect their profits. Number 4 here, we expanded our studio system when we needed a pipeline of content to meet multiple strategies across subscription, streaming, and devices. In the process, we have found ourselves overextended as we executed on changing strategies in a landscape of more readily available content. So the translation here is they bought a bunch of studios because if you're going to need a cadence of games to hit your subscription service in particular. This is another reason that many of us said that Game Pass was not sustainable, because you were selling people on an idea of, I believe it was Phil Spencer who said, one game, a big game every quarter at quality. The only way you're going to hit that cadence, is if you have a ton of studios working on things simultaneously. So they basically take their operational costs to the moon to maintain the system that they had set up. And Raijin keeps the treasure train going. I can't believe that. We almost lost a treasure train on Twitch and not a single person used it. Jiminy Christmas. Thank you, Raijin, for renewing the treasure train, and it'll get to go for another 4 minutes or so. It's a 35% discount. It's a pretty nice discount. So those of you that like to gift on YouTube, you may want to head over to Twitch and do it there for the next 4 minutes instead. So again, these are all things that so many of us said, and we were criticized, castigated, called ponies, said that we were console warring. Basic business analysis will tell you that that level of operational cost to maintain the cadence of Game Pass was never going to work at the rate that Game Pass was growing. And the biggest problem with Game Pass was it was a very easy system to game. They had people signing up for $1. They had people signing up for $1 for, and saving up years of Game Pass. Also, Game Pass is something that you could sign up for and then cancel. Thank you for 9 months, Tarantino, over there on Purple. I appreciate it. We are 20 away from the next milestone. So these are all things and observations that many people made about Xbox and their strategy in Game Pass, and now we're seeing that the entire time we were basically correct and right, that they were stretching themselves too thin, and there's no way it was profitable, regardless how many times we were given assurances that it was profitable. Now we're seeing that that in fact was not true. We are the fortunate stewards of industry-defining franchises, she continues, that have enormous potential and player demand, but we have not adequately funded them to compete and win. At the same time, as we saw this past weekend at the showcase, a reliable pipeline of first-party and third-party exclusives and new IP are critical to our success. We need to reassess the balance between these and our investment priorities for the next 5 years. Here's the other thing you got to think about. That's exactly right, Tactical Gamer. Sign up, cancel, get a refund. Well, maybe not even a refund, but you can certainly sign up and then just cancel. That was something that we know people were doing. That was something that we know people were taking advantage of. And again, you can't blame the consumer for being frugal and for being intentional or being, smart with their money. Can't blame the consumer. That's what they're going to do. Okay? So the idea here, to me, is strange. You're talking about how, you're spending too much to maintain this cadence with subscription streaming and devices, and it really hurts you. But now you're saying, well, you need third-party exclusives and first-party exclusives. That's critical to your success. I'm really curious how they see that being critical to their success. You're going to spend a bunch of money to ship games on a very small platform. You guys are not in a position of power to start limiting the reach of your games. We'll see how that goes. And we have 2 minutes left on the treasure train on Twitch, guys. Number 5. Our current platform infrastructure is not built for the battle ahead. Our systems are overly complex, spanning hundreds of dependencies, which hinders our ability to move fast. We become too reliant on vendors to operate our systems. Hang on, what just happened? Oh, that's a stream streak. Thank you for the 7 stream streak, Cool Spoon. We become too reliant on vendors to operate our systems, and we must become more self-reliant as an engineering culture and build for the future. We must increase the value we ship to players while decreasing the time it takes to do so. Going forward, we'll evolve and rebuild our stack and look at the capabilities across all of Xbox and potential M&A to help us win in hardware, PC, mobile, and streaming. So they have more M&As planned, it seems, which is insane to me. I'm really curious who they're looking to buy. I mean, mergers and acquisitions have put them in this position to a large degree. For some of you, these realities will be surprising and even frustrating to discover. We won't succeed by hiding hard truths, nor will we succeed by doing the same thing and expecting different results. Listen, say what you want about Asha Sharma, but I actually agree here, okay? I actually agree here. One of the things that frustrated me about this company up to now is they would hide the hard truths. 30 seconds, Twitch. If anybody's going to save it, you better quickly do it. They would keep things very vague. They would obfuscate. They would make things seem like everything was fine. And they would say, like, yeah, everything's profitable, everything's good. And it was clear that things were headed in the wrong direction. So, yes, hiding hard truths is not going to work. Her being out in front here and saying these things and saying, listen, we're going to have to make some hard decisions, basically, right? They're going to have to be restructuring and laying people off and even closing studios down. I also like that she says, like, we're not going to succeed by doing the same thing and expecting different results, okay? Yes, that's exactly right. Oh, a little slow. Raijin tried to keep it alive. You guys missed out. Over there on Twitch. Thank you, Raijin, for the 5-bomb and Fuzzy for renewing. That puts us at 337. Thank you, boys. I appreciate that very, very much. Kicking in on this end, I appreciate that very, very much, Dodevas. Xbox has wanted to acquire Sega for decades. Sega has just been saying no thank you each time. Right. Now the salutation is Asha and Matt. Matt Booty's looking like, oh my gosh, am I about to get fired? There are people that don't really understand how he's still there, but, you know, that's another conversation. So again, I appreciate what she's saying here. To a certain degree, yes, you need to make some pretty drastic decisions to get Xbox into a different scenario, into a different situation. You need to get them into a completely different situation. And Dodevas drops a 5-bomb on Twitch. He's like, I don't need a discount. I'm just going to gift and spread the love. Thank you so much, Dodeva, for doing that over there on Twitch. Very, very much appreciate you guys continuing to support the channel in the various places where we stream both Twitch and YouTube. If you guys are watching on YouTube, get us those 200 likes, man. We've been streaming for about 26 minutes, and there's so many of you here. That little thumbs up button does wonders for us. Thank you. So, obviously, this is frustrating because we were watching the brand head this way for the last couple of years, and many of us continued to say this wasn't going to work. You were going to continue to have to shut studios down and lay people off because your operational costs are simply too high. Small studios, small games, small projects, these are just not going to do what Xbox needs to do to survive. They have stretched themselves too far, as she has said. And one of the primary causes is both Game Pass and the acquisitions. Anybody who is saying that the acquisitions were not a primary causality here didn't read her memo. She literally highlights that as one of the problems. Like, they have just stretched themselves too thin financially. And you could continue to say, well, Microsoft has more money than God, which, you know, nobody has more money than him. But the idea and the phrase being that Microsoft has so much money that they could just keep financing this. And I always said they wouldn't do that. When you write a check as big as they wrote for Activision Blizzard, the C-suite and the shareholders are going to want return on that. They're not going to sit idly by and let you keep playing games. This is why I believe Satya kicked the door in. This is why I believe they were pushing more towards a software strategy and a publishing strategy, because they need ROI on the spending. They need ROI on what they have done with the company and with all of their operational costs. Knowing my proclivity toward AI, says Fuzzy, I have a theory they took the CEO from a business that was losing money hand over fist, having her be in charge of another one in the same position just to have more ideas on how to turn around the AI side. I mean, that certainly could be part of what they're doing here, yes. Yes, that certainly could be. This could be related to some of their efforts in AI. We know Satya wants agentic AI at like every level of the business. He really, really believes in what it's going to do for Microsoft as well as gaming. So we'll see. So yes, I appreciate her being forthright here. And again, I'm going to reiterate, a lot of what she's inheriting is not her fault. She's just the one that has to come in with the machete and take everything to the threshing floor. Like, that's just going to be, a not great place for her to be, which is, I think, one of the reasons why they wanted to put her out in front and give her the significant wins of a return to console exclusivity with Gears of War and with Clockwork Revolution. They want people associating her with those positive changes because they were pretty confident that when they brought her in that they were going to probably also have to hand her not a baton, but also, a machete and a sword. Thank you for a $5 super chat, Jack Garland. Satya, you took God of Gears of War off PlayStation. That's the one platform where people have to pay money for the game. Did you go back and look at Sneaker SO statements from February? What's very, very interesting is back in February, Sneakers SO, one of the more prominent leakers out there, indicated that significant layoffs were headed for Xbox. And we were given assurances that was not going to happen, that Xbox was going to dodge the bullet of layoffs this year. You even had somebody from Microsoft on Twitter, I believe, saying that this was all completely made up and fabricated. Yeah, where's that guy now? Where's all that confidence now? I mean, we're staring down the barrel of layoffs and studio closures. So maybe like I said in the past, anybody who gives you assurances that there'll be absolutely zero layoffs this year, I was like, I don't know how anybody could give those assurances. That doesn't make an ounce of sense. He said first quarter, but not if it was calendar or fiscal. It is possible that Sneakers was referring to the first quarter of the new fiscal year, which is exactly what July is. Right? I believe, Rope, you sent me that. You sent me a picture of their fiscal calendar, which rolls over July, right? So maybe that's what Sneakers meant, was that, like, once they're in the new fiscal the first quarter, there's going to be an absolute, it's just going to take the company to the threshing floor. So, she continues, like the everyday wins mentality from the first 100 days, we will sprint to make progress against hardware, content, experiences, services together. Xbox is one of the few places where people come not just to play, but to connect with others and create memories. With console at the center of how our showcase experiences are defined, Windows as one of the largest gaming platforms in the world, and incredible games under our roof as one of the largest publishers in the world, we have the foundation in place. And here it is. Here it is. Here is the, the signal for the future. Thank you so much, Phoenix, for renewing your sub over there on Purple. 12 months, man. Thanks for using your Prime. So she says, consoles at the center of how our showcase experiences are defined. Windows is one of the largest gaming platforms in the world. So that's one of their goals. That's still one of their goals, to make Windows one of the largest gaming platforms in the world. And incredible games under our roof as one of the largest publishers in the world. So you see once again why, a couple of exclusives in a showcase to me did not signal that they were slamming it in reverse and they were going to go back on what they were wanting to do, and they were going to go back on like, oh yeah, we're going to go back to exclusives and a console. Because she's still using the phrasing about being the largest publisher and wanting to see Windows as the largest gaming platform. Like, the console's at the center of how the showcase experiences are defined. Okay? That's more like experiential language. This language here is like growth engine language. This is how you grow their business. This is how you make things profitable. You make Windows one of the largest gaming platforms, and you flex the fact that you're a large publisher. So this is experience language above here. Like, oh, consoles at the center of how our showcase experiences are defined. This is growth engine language. This is how you're going to grow Windows and publishing. So this is why I kept telling people, this is what Microsoft does. They say something to you to give you an impression and to give you a feeling, but the reality always comes after. It always comes after. The interviews they did just this week really painted a different picture than the one that people were sort of feeling coming out of FanFest and coming out of the showcase. I told you guys, it's like clockwork. They say a bunch of stuff to get everybody riled up and positive, but the reality is always a little bit or quite a bit different. They say, let's reset for a stronger Xbox and build the number one gaming and entertainment company, Asha and Matt. Now, here's the thing. It doesn't end there. So obviously people are reading this and thinking, she's basically telling people to prepare for the worst. Like, this is going to be bad. Well, Tom Warren says breaking. So he's covering this yesterday, 5:30 in the evening, right? This is when I'm going to dinner upstairs with my family and having like no time to prepare a show for today. So I was like, well, I'll just read the memo with you guys. He says, breaking, Xbox warns of a reset as it prepares for layoffs. Sources tell me there are major Xbox layoffs coming next month, and the cuts may even include a studio closure. So hopefully it's just one. I mean, obviously we don't want to see any studios closed, but the fact that he's keeping it singular is somewhat encouraging, I guess. we'll see. But this is what we're hearing from folks in the know. They're talking to people and they're hearing that we're looking at layoffs. We're looking at maybe even studio closure, a studio closure. So there may be a particular studio that they have in mind that they'll be shuttering. Ghost in the Garage says, you and the others have said everything that has happened would happen. People told them the outcome of spending $80 billion, yet no one wanted to listen because they were thrown some exclusive crumbs. Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing about this is that the DK Bager, thank you so much for bumping the line by one. We're at 344, and I do owe Twitch a member, so I'm going to pay Twitch a member, and I owe 2 members to Team YouTube. That gift them all button is so funny on Twitch. G-Mini Christmas. Reset is needed. 40 months from K. Cole. We're exactly 5 away from 350. Guys, thank you for 200 likes. There's so many people here on YouTube. Holy mackerel, if you're just tuning in, we cover gaming news Monday through Friday, and I keep it safe for work, so join the conversation. The funny thing about this is that everybody sort of looked at it from the lens of, well, what can we sort of get from the brand? Which, that's exactly what you're supposed to do. But I think people went so far as to say, well, what can we get from the brand at the cost of the brand itself? Like, I always made the example of, like, if you went to, like, a local business that you really liked and you were taking advantage of, like, every loophole and everything you possibly could, and you ended up making it to where that business wasn't profitable, it wouldn't be around much longer. Like, you wouldn't like the results. And a lot of the times we were trying to tell people spending this much money and continuing to funnel everything to Game Pass just didn't seem sustainable. It's like, how are you going to do this and turn a profit? And we've seen the results. Millions lost putting Call of Duty on Game Pass. Now they've had to pull Call of Duty off of Game Pass. I've continued to say I think that's an open door to pull more other major first-party games off of Game Pass. She's literally saying in this memo they stretched themselves too thin. They were spending so much money to keep up with the cadence of a subscription service as well as other things that they're trying to do that it put them in a position that they're in now. That, again, to me, signals Xbox. The Xbox that we knew is leaving. It's gone. Their hardware aspirations, what you think of their hardware, will likely look completely different. Now, that's not entirely their fault. That is a global situation with what's going on with RAM and other hardware situations with pricing. But you also have to look at the fact that, like, the way they treated Game Pass all these years, I think that's going to change as well. I think they're literally going to have to rethink. And again, we said this when we saw Call of Duty come off of Game Pass. We said there's no way that that's the only game that they do that with. So Game Pass is about to change exclusives, and the idea of exclusives has fundamentally changed the last 2 years, and their hardware and what they're wanting to do with hardware is about to change. Like that's why the title says, like, the Xbox that we knew is coming to an end. Like, this is going to be something completely different. It's not even going to look the same. It doesn't look the same from the beginning of this gen to now. If you go back at 2020 and you fast forward to now, it looks like a completely different brand and a completely different company. And I think it's going to do the same thing in about 2 years. It's just going to look completely different. The Blade Studio, no, they just came out and said they're working. Let them cook. I don't think Arcane Leon is who's getting shut down. That would be really, really weird. That would be extremely weird to take a studio that's like in progress of like developing a Marvel game and shut them down. Zubair says that's on Xbox. The rational consumer isn't supposed to worry about the business model. Well, it's not the consumer's fault. Surely no. Like I said in the show open as I was kind of reading through that, I was like, if consumers are being frugal and consumers are taking advantage of great pricing, you cannot blame the consumer for doing that. But there were consumers and pundits and YouTubers all along the way who said, you don't know what you're talking about. They're profitable. They're winning. They're crushing it. You know, PlayStation's in trouble. And it was always this idea of like that somehow Xbox was winning while we were visibly watching them do things that could not lead to winning. Frank Last with 19 months. Sell Bungie to Microsoft. Thank you so much. Why would you sell Bungie to Microsoft? Microsoft's in a situation where they need to lower their spending, not increase their spending. Bungie burns through cash too much. I have an entire show and monologue about that situation that I was going to run today. We'll probably have to run that tomorrow. If you want to know what I think about Bungie and Destiny 3, I've got a whole theory on what they can do, and it reaches well beyond Bungie. But we're not talking about that today because this was far, far bigger news. Ninja Theory is a candidate as well. I don't think that Ninja Theory is a candidate for closure, given that they just literally announced Senua. They're working on Senua right now, so I would not imagine that would make an ounce of sense. Like, the studios that are ripe for closure are anybody that's working on something that is either in its earliest of stages or it's been in development for too long. I got news for you. If I was Double Fine, if I was Rare, I would be worried because we don't even know what Rare is doing right now. Rare just did this update for Sea of Thieves, and it was like a private thing, like create your own game thing. It wasn't even substantive content. It was like a sandbox for you to create your own games. The game effect with 22 months, thanks for adding to the total. If I was Xbox, I would cancel Helix and pour attention into developing their games. They need to have higher QA towards their games like Sony does. It's Double Fine without a doubt. You think it's Double Fine? I think it could be Double Fine or Rare. That Everwild studio. Yeah, that Everwild studio is Rare. Rare's not... we don't even know what Rare is doing right now. We've not seen anything significant for Sea of Thieves, and they canceled Everwild. So it could be Rare. It could be Double Fine, which I think those are significant losses. I think Double Fine are very creative. I think they've got cool ideas. Obviously, Kiln was a bit of an interesting choice, but I still think Double Fine brings good things to the table. Rare has been just completely misused all this time. Turn 10. No, Turn 10, I mean, yeah, they with what happened with Forza Motorsport, Turn 10 could likely be on the chopping block as well. Compulsion Games, they're the ones that made the one that just South of Midnight. Isn't Compulsion South of Midnight? Isn't it great when we celebrate Microsoft for buying things, says Hidden Siriu? That would be crazy if they get shut down. Double Fine or Compulsion. Yeah, it could be any one of those studios. Any studio not currently working on something that's like close to the finish line, or somebody who recently shipped something that just crossed the finish line and didn't do all that well, all of those studios are probably at risk. All of them. Because it's like, and we said this when we went in the beginning of this year, when sneakers leaked that significant layoffs and maybe even studio closure was coming. I said, listen, one of the biggest dilemmas facing Microsoft right now is that the gaming division is extremely expensive to operate. And it's getting worse. Like, inflationary costs are going up. It's getting incredibly expensive to run studios. And you've got all this operational cost that you're shouldering because you bought ABK. And I said, any small studio with a game that's not going to generate a lot of revenue is probably worried. Or they should be worried, because that's the way Microsoft is going to look at it. What about Obsidian? Did Outer Worlds 2 do well? That's what I mean. Like, we're looking at this from the lens of like a single studio closure. It could be multiple studios, y'all. Like, Tom Warren says he's hearing like, oh yeah, a studio could get closed down. It could literally be multiple studios. It could. Now, hopefully it's none of that. Hopefully it's just, you know, and it's going to be a lot of layoffs, unfortunately, but hopefully it's the smallest amount of layoffs that they could possibly do, because again, the worry and the concern would be you're going to continue, your automod level is below the minimum required. Go to moderation settings and increase it to 2. I thought I already did this. I don't know where you do that. Moderation. So if you're going, you know, if you're looking at these situations and you're looking at the spending of Microsoft, that's always been the concern, is that like you're spending so much money, the smaller studios are going to be the ones that just fall by the wayside. I believe it was Sneakers SO who even expressed concern, it might have been sometime last year, that Microsoft was going to start setting its sights on only the big pieces of property. Only the big games, only the big studios. The smaller studios and the smaller pieces of property, they were going to be the ones that were seen as like, this is wasteful. Like, get this out of here. When you're attached, this is why I always thought it was so interesting, the people that defended this acquisition, and they said it wouldn't lead to job loss and it wouldn't lead to studio closures. Now they want to claim like, oh, it's market conditions. It's market conditions. It's like, no. This is directly related to the acquisition. It's directly related to the acquisition. Because I always said, this can't be good for the small studios and it can't be good for the employees. Because I've watched these types of acquisitions before. When a company can spend that much money, when a company can write a check that large, they are going to look at this way differently than the rest of us. They will look at this edifice that they purchased and they'll say, we absolutely have to trim this down. We have got to trim down operations. The operational cost of this is too great. And one of the easiest ways to do that is to say, well, this is a 100-person team. This is a 50-person team. They're not going to generate enough revenue. How much money are they really adding annually? You bought this entire thing. It's like, well, how much are they adding? Oh, that? Oh, yeah, well, then get them out of here. Yeah, shut them down. That's the way a company this size is going to operate and think. That's the way Microsoft operates and thinks. I also think it's very interesting seeing the continued, narrative that Sony made it hard on Xbox in the market. Xbox apparently has 3 exclusives. Xbox has 3 exclusives. They have Gears of War E-Day, Clockwork Revolution, and Perpetual Victimhood. It's like, you're owned by Microsoft. I cannot believe that Phil Spencer sold this lie to the public, that like Sony's made it hard on us. You are owned by Microsoft. You want to talk about an embarrassing declaration that poor Microsoft, corporate rating, absolute dominance, second or largest company in the world, got bullied by little old Sony. Jiminy Christmas. What a bogus narrative. You're Microsoft. You've got emails saying you could spend Sony out of business. And because they were better than you and more successful than you, you want to be like, boo-hoo, they've made it hard on us? You guys privately were like peacocking about how you could outspend Sony. You could spend Sony out of the business. And don't kid yourself. Microsoft would have done it if they could. Microsoft would have done it if they could. They are ruthless. They would have absolutely spent as much money as necessary to wipe Sony off the face of the earth. No more PlayStation. We're the king. You got to come to us for everything. Microsoft would have loved that. That's their literal playbook. The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was tricking the world to think he didn't exist. And Microsoft's been in the room the whole time. The whole time. The fact that people defend Microsoft and take up for Microsoft like, oh, poor Microsoft. It's like, do you know the company that you're talking about? They are ruthless. They are known as corporate raiders. They come in and they buy it up. And then they ruin it, usually. That's Microsoft's entire history. It's unreal to me that we can stare straight face at this and still believe this nonsense that like, oh, poor Microsoft just had such a hard time in gaming. They made bad decisions. Out of the 360 era into the Xbox One era, they made the bad decisions. It's on them. The corporate level at Microsoft completely sabotaged what Xbox had going. That's what happened. They're corporate minded. We can just keep spending money. You can ship it broken and fix it later. That attitude, that swagger, that cockiness is what got them in this situation. We are here because of Microsoft. That's why we're here. We're not here because Sony beat them up or something. That doesn't even make any sense. Sony is such a fraction of a size of Microsoft. A $5 super chat from Broken Earth. Sony made it hard on Microsoft by focusing on their games instead of pomp and fluff. How dare Sony do this? And Chronic Spin Dash with a renewal. Thank you so much. Someone in chat said pony talk. You know what's so funny is guys like you are so allergic to the truth that when someone gives it to you, you're insulted by it. That's a lack of your own ability to have discernment and intelligence. If like me saying this to you is pony talk, I'm so sorry that facts and an accurate accounting of history is pony talk. Like, what are you even talking about? This is what happened. Microsoft did all of this. Go back and watch the Xbox One. Go back and watch the way they talked about it. That was a Microsoft-initiated thing. They wanted people outside of the gaming sphere. They wanted more customers. That's what they wanted. Calm down. I tell you what, you can calm down. There you go. Enjoy your calm down. If you go back and you watch the presentation for the Xbox One and you sort of listen to how people talk about what happened, it 100% is a Microsoft-initiated thing. Microsoft, and remember when I said this, when they started talking about Xbox and they started going after people that aren't gaming, and Phil Spencer started talking about like the industry is stagnated and we got to go, we got to go to people that, aren't currently gaming. I said they're making the exact same mistake they made with the Xbox One. Instead of focusing on gamers, they're focusing on non-gamers. That's what Xbox did. With the Xbox One, if you go back and you really listen and you hear the strategy and the push and the impetus, they wanted more than just gamers. If they would have fostered and deepened their relationship with gamers and focused on games and focused on what they focused on in the 360 era, because the 360 era had achievements and Xbox Live and the Xbox Arcade and demos through Xbox Arcade that motivated people to buy games after trying them. They were fostering all these great things, and then they walk into the Xbox One era and they're like, we're gonna go for non-gamers. Yeah, we want people that aren't currently gaming to buy the Xbox as the all-in-one entertainment box. And then they go into the Xbox era with the Xbox Series S and X, and they do the same thing. They do the same thing. They're like, we are going to structure this around the people that are not actually wanting to spend in the hobby and be a part of the hobby. We're going to go after the people that, are going to go for lowest common denominator, lowest amount of money. Series X, Series S, and Game Pass. And both of those things have completely sabotaged all their efforts this generation. So then, classic Microsoft strategy, we'll spend ourselves out of trouble. And they go after ABK, after ZeniMax. Once they went after ABK, it was clear. It was like, no, Microsoft is going software strategy here. They're 100% going to spend their way to market dominance, at least this is what they think they're going to do, because they're going to have software everywhere. If you go and listen to what Phil Spencer says when he talks to Famitsu, he's like, yeah, Minecraft changed our mind. Well, the reason Minecraft changed their mind is Minecraft was so big and everywhere, and it was generating so much money, they thought they could do that with every game. If you listen to Matt Booty talk in the Just 4 Games podcast, he talks about how there are games right now that are bigger than any one single platform. He's talking about Fortnite and other games. What they thought was wrongly, and I said, they started to interpret the market through the lens of those games. They started to interpret the gaming market through the lens of Minecraft and games like Fortnite, and they thought, that's where all the money is. You just make games and you Johnny Appleseed, you put them everywhere. And PlayStation and Nintendo are sitting there saying, what? That is not the way. All these people that trumpeted the idea that like exclusives are archaic, exclusives are going away, and PlayStation and Nintendo are like, no, they're not. Not only are they not going away, PlayStation dipped their baby toe in the idea of like, maybe we should take our games to PC. And after they do it for a couple of years, they're like, yeah, we're not doing that anymore. It's already not yielding enough of results for us to justify the damage to the brand that it'll probably cause long term. Do you see, like, it's so clear that if you're going to take this strategy like putting your games everywhere and just being a publisher, you can't simultaneously be a platform at the same time. It doesn't work. The reason that Sega's where they are now is they learned that lesson before Xbox did. Sony is too, though. Look at live service. The live service trash they've been trying to drop. The issue with the live service narrative with Sony is everybody wants to fixate on the failures, and you don't fixate on how much money they've made off of MLB The Show, Gran Turismo 7, and Helldivers 2, and how much money they're about to make off Marvel Tokyo and Fighting Souls. You want to fixate on their failures. For every failure, they have a winner. That's why they're going to keep placing live service bets, because it generates a stupid amount of money. People do not understand the live service efforts from PlayStation because you get half of the story. You fixate on Concord. You think Concord cost $500 million, and it didn't. And after fixating on Concord, you fixate on the canceled Last of Us Factions game, the canceled game that Bend was working on in Bluepoint. What you don't see is the buckets of cash that they internally celebrate that they're making from MLB The Show, Gran Turismo 7, Helldivers 2, and the buckets of cash they're likely going to make from Marvel Tokyo and Fighting Souls. So you could scream and you can cry all you want about live service efforts, but they're playing a game that they're winning. You don't see it that way, but I'm telling you, they're going to keep doing that. Now, are they going to be maybe a little bit more choosy and maybe a little bit more careful with their spending because they were late? They were too ambitious. They wanted 12 live service games by 2026, and I remember telling you guys that was ridiculous. I was like, they're never going to get 12 live service games out by 2026, and they're not all going to be successful. Maybe one or two of them might make it. I told you guys half of them will make it to the market, and I said, and half of those will probably be successful. And most of those didn't even come to the market. So you might see them a little bit more choosy and a little bit more careful with how they spend. But PlayStation is absolutely not going to back off their live service efforts. They're not going to. The shareholders want it because they see the money that it generates. Maintaining a game like Gran Turismo 7, shipping MLB The Show annually, maintaining a game like Helldivers 2 compared to the money that the games generate, like, they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop. One successful live service game will pay for 5 attempts. I mean, I don't know if that's the exact math, but that's why they're not going to stop. They internally, you don't see this because you don't see this in YouTube videos, and people don't talk about this because it's kind of boring. But their internal town halls and their internal memos, they celebrate how much money they make in live service. They are not backing off of live service. They're not. I need to thank a bunch of super chats that I missed. I'm sorry to Apollo with a $2 super chat. Sony is going to do the same thing. First party sales are way down. That's a misrepresentation. The entire market sales are down, but people love to cherry pick that stat and act like Sony has somehow made a grand mistake. Go look at the revenue reports and the sales reports for all third party games. Everybody has seen a decline since fiscal year 2020 and 2021. It's a complete misrepresentation. All you're doing is looking at a chart within a chart. That chart fits squarely into all charts. Everybody has seen a decline since that happened. Nobody's immune to this. If PlayStation does layoffs, it's not because their first-party games aren't selling. It's because it's been an entire slowdown in the entire market. It's been an entire slowdown in the entire market. Everybody mushroomed up, overhired, overinvested in 2020 and 2021 because of the pandemic, and now they're reacting to the fact that it slowed down from them. Everybody wants to fixate on but first-party sales are down for Sony. All sales are down across the board. The entire market has experienced that slowdown. Look at every sales chart, every revenue report from any tech company, any digital entertainment company. It's like 2020 and 2021, they're riding high, and ever since then, it's been coming down. And they're having to face that against rising inflationary costs, a RAM crisis, and a freaking war at the same time. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough on everybody. The difference is that Microsoft spent an obscene amount of money in acquisition, and that is gas on the fire. That is a greater causality for where they are right now. As Asha Sharma said in their memo, they stretched themselves too thin. You want to do this Sony 2 thing that these people on Twitter are doing. Oh, Sony 2, Sony 2. This isn't because of the acquisition. Really? It's not because of the acquisition? What did Destin Legary say? Sony has lost way more on Bungie. I'm like, how is that even possible? An $800 million impairment loss on Bungie 800 million is somehow greater than what Asha Sharma is reporting? What are we, They spent 70 billion with a B. What are we even talking about? In any case, I have more super chats to thank. A $2 from Sneaky Wolf. I'm scared that it's Iron Galaxy. I don't know enough about Iron Galaxy. I know they don't do great ports. Ryan Gasling with a £5 super chat. Unfortunately for me, as a former Xbox fanboy, this man speaks facts. 2 spot from Count Quackula. Wolverine pre-orders are outselling Call of Duty. That's crazy. We don't have an official report on that, do we? You're probably just looking at a ranking. Armed and Dangerous with 46 months gets us to 349. We're one away from a milestone. I currently owe 2 members to YouTube. Xbox lost $500 million a quarter for years, but Bungie had an impairment, and that's a big deal. That's what I'm saying. Like, what are you even talking about? How can you even compare an $800 million impairment loss on an asset to what Xbox is telling you happened the last couple of years for them? It's not even comparable. XCal steals it with a prime for purple. Nice renewal, XCal. There it is, 350. And the milestone goes to Twitch. Overpaying for assets is pretty common in the sports world. Ask a Chelsea or Man U fan if their players were worth the costs. That's a sore subject, man. Come on. It's the World Cup. Let's not do that. Anyways, impairment's not cash flow, it's accounting. Right, the impairment loss on Bungie, so many people have misreported that. It's not $800 million in cash lost. The asset has been devalued. People don't understand that. It's like, homie, I'm not a finance guy, but I understand an asset losing its value. I have friends who bought a home, and their backyard had a great view, and now it doesn't because of something that got built behind their house, and it has lowered the property value of their entire neighborhood. Their asset has been lowered in value. Nobody reached into their bank account and took money out. It's not like they woke up one day and like, oh no, someone stole our money. Like, that's not how it works. So, like, the idea that people are doing this Sony 2 comparison thing, dude, always wanting to run and couch everything. This is why this is so insidious. It's so insidious, and I'm freaking sick of it. They basically couch everything in a console war. And when you say, well, wait, that's not the same, that's a false equivalency, that's a bad comparison, they'll say, oh, you're just being a console tribalist, you're just defending Sony. It's like, no, you're not being factual. You're not being factual. I'm a fanboy of facts. I don't give a frick about, oh yeah, Sony this, Sony that. I took Sony to task for shutting down Bluepoint because, as I said, in the grand scheme of things, the operational costs for Bluepoint can't be that high. They're not that big of a studio. Then I found out, in the aftermath, Bluepoint didn't want to be a support studio. Bluepoint sort of wrote their own ticket out. Like, they basically didn't want to be a support studio. They were given choices they said no to. But when it initially happened, I took Sony to task for it. This isn't about console warring. This is about a company, watching a company like Microsoft run their gaming division into the ground and then being like, I can't believe that this is happening. I can't believe this happened to us. And it's like, you guys have been doing this crap since the Xbox One. And what's been tiring the entire time is having to listen to people talk about how you're winning. And having to spin everything. It's like, dude, you can't stare straight face at this situation and be like, oh yeah, this is great. People lost their jobs. As I understand it, Bluepoint was given options that they said no to. So it wasn't like big mean Sony walked in the room and said, you suck, pack it up. It was Sony worked to find a solution to keep Bluepoint open, and they couldn't come to an agreement. Bluepoint didn't have a game that was worth making and bringing to the market. Their pitch for a Bloodborne remake got shot down for the second time. And they didn't want to be a support studio. Sony was literally working to keep them open, and they couldn't figure it out. So yeah, it sucks. I'm still critical of the fact that Blue Point shouldn't have been in the situation they were in because PlayStation should not have had them working on a live service game. I'm not going to back off from that criticism, just like they shouldn't have had Bend working on a live service game. Sony learned some hard lessons. You want to make money in live service, you learned a really valuable lesson. You can't just tap your single-player studios to be like, can you build a live service game? It's like going to a guy who builds houses and being like, well, you build houses. Can you build a skyscraper? It's like the skill sets don't translate one-to-one. Rissick with the single gifted bumps the line, Agent of Chaos style, to 351. Thank you, Rissick. Did I hear second? Yeah, it's the second. They did a second pitch. They did 2 pitches. There was the second time they got denied a Bloodborne remake as a pitch. A $5 super chat from Broken Earth. Well. If it isn't the consequences of our own actions, it's almost like when you make bad decisions, it can turn out poorly. Sony was impatient. They didn't want to build the infrastructure in the studios they needed, and they suffered. Yeah. Yep. They were way too bullish. And it led to a lot of wasted money, and it led to a lot of wasted time. That has nothing to do with the Xbox situation. They're completely different mistakes. They're completely different problems. One was a problem of being too bullish and too ambitious, and it cost them a lot of time and money. In Microsoft's case, the reason that it's frustrating is it's been going on since the Xbox One era. This idea that you can just spend your way out of trouble, that you don't have to prize quality in your games. Cadence over quality. I kept telling you guys, thank you, Feed, for being here. Good to see you. I kept saying, listen to the way that Xbox talks. They talk like Microsoft. They're talking about cadence over quality. It's like when Disney said they wanted a new Star Wars game every 6 months. I said, that's terrible. That's a terrible idea. You can't just say, yeah, we want a new Star Wars game every 6 months. You can't do that. You're prizing cadence over quality. Oh, well, we need the games to come out at this rhythm. No, you need the games to come out in a good state. You need good games. That's what moves the market. Look at how games go viral. Quality is subjective? No, it's not. Quality is measurable. Value is subjective. Quality is not. You got to use the right words here. Value is subjective. A really, really well-built fighting game doesn't have a lot of value to me because value is subjective. I don't see value in it as a consumer. Quality is not subjective. When you ship a game that isn't ready, when you ship games at 30 FPS, when you ship games that are buggy and unfinished, that's not subjective. It's something that you can measure mathematically. You can be like, yeah, X number of bugs, game-breaking missions, 30 FPS. None of that's subjective. Those are qualitative measurements of games right now that you can make. If you ship a game right now and it barely runs between 30 and 40 FPS, right? And it's a little stuttery and glitchy as well just when you're transitioning into new areas. Nobody can be like, well, that's subjective. No, that's a quality assessment of that game would be that it's poor. It's poor. It's poor. It's of poor quality. There's a reason that Phil Spencer said he wanted a game out every quarter at quality, because he was trying to say it's not just about shipping games. We want them to be at quality, and they clearly weren't. If you look at the reception of games like Redfall and Starfield, they were not shipping games at quality. They weren't. They were, and also, if you look at the cadence of their games this generation, it's been abysmal. You can retroactively act like they've had great cadence of delivery because you like contort the timeline like a pretzel, and you're like, oh, but you know, Ghostwire Tokyo and Deathloop, those are first party games. Those games weren't even owned by you when they initially shipped. But now you want to claim them on the calendar to act like the cadence of first party has been excellent. It's why it's always revisionist history with this side. It's like the cadence of game delivery has been poor, and the quality has been poor. Now, things have turned, and they started to look better. You started shipping games like Doom the Dark Ages. You're shipping games like Forza Horizon 6. It's improving. But I remember I told people, I said, my biggest concern is that you're now going to all your Xbox studios and telling them, hey, you need to make your games for every platform, and you're going to slow down production once again. You got to make your games for the Switch too. You got to make your games for the PS5. And I remember telling people, I'm like, that's going to be a tall order. Like, you can't just go into a studio and just whip up new versions of your games for other platforms. Mafia the Old Country is not an Xbox first-party studio game. Al Pastor Taco with Prime over there on Purple. Thank you so much. AC Shadows. Perfect Image. I don't know why you're listing those games. Isn't it subjective whether 30 FPS is poor quality? No, it's not subjective. It's a literal measurement of immersion. It's a measurement of input timing for animations, iframes, movement within a game. There's a literal measurable blurring effect that happens when a game is 30 versus 60. That is not subjective. It certainly isn't subjective in 2026. That would be like saying, you know, isn't a high def color television, isn't that value subjective? Isn't that quality subjective? And you're like trying to convince people to buy an old black and white television. I think they'd look at you like you were crazy. Don't say quality, it's confusing people. Just say optimized. A game that you think might be a 2 might be a 6 to me. So yes, quality can be subjective. You're using the wrong word once again. I will once again remind you, you should be using the word value. Value is subjective. Quality is not. It's not. You can like the taste value of this birthday cake that I bring to your house. You can be like, that tastes pretty good. But the quality could be terrible. If it's got a big footprint in it and it's falling apart, the quality of the cake is terrible. It's not been made at quality. I showed you a picture of a birthday cake and I brought you a disaster. Now, value, you can be like, well, it still tastes good. The kids won't notice. Let's just cut it up and put it into cups, and they won't know that the birthday cake was a literal disaster when it walked in the front door. Value is subjective. Quality is not. If you build something at poor quality, it can be measured qualitatively. You can make something that looks really, really bad, and people can still find a way to enjoy it. Value is subjective. Quality is not. Are you making up new words? I'm only making up new words if your vocabulary within the English language is like, what a 2-year-old's vocabulary. None of these words should be new to you. We're getting lost in the weeds. The point is, it was clear the way the public responds to games like Redfall and Starfield, it's clear when you look at the calendar that they were not having a good generation. You have to see the compounding effect of so much of what Xbox has done, and that's why to me it's frustrating and people are like, well, this is just an industry-wide problem. What are you talking about? It's like that meme where the guy shoots the guy on the stage, and it's like, why would anybody do this? It's like that meme. It's like Xbox shoots the brand and is like, why would the market conditions do this? And it's like, huh? Like, they did this. The Series S is one of the primary reasons that games took so long to come to market that games took so long to come to market from Xbox first-party studios. The Series S is one of the leading causes of that. Nobody wants to admit it because they want to play this weird game where, like, they can't just say with a straight face that the Series S was a mistake. So instead of just admitting that, but that's one of the reasons that games have taken so long to come to the market. Because you had developers who suddenly had to deal with a bottleneck where as soon as third-party developers were able to talk about it, and as soon as third-party developers started encountering issues with the Series S, it became perfectly clear. This thing is a problem. As soon as the thing was announced, you had lead engine developers from id Software saying it was going to be a problem. So, like, you have to see, they've just compounded their problems time and time and time and time again. They're always fixating on the wrong things. If they would have fostered, I'm telling you, the thing that drives me crazy about this is there's so many things to mention, you'll forget certain things. They did not foster an environment where games could flourish. That's why they're in this situation. If they would have gotten rid of the 18-month contract policy, that's from Microsoft, because Microsoft doesn't want to pay for people's health benefits. This is the company that people have defended time and time again as a good company, as a consumer-friendly company. It's a matter of their own policy that anybody on a contract has to leave after 18 months because they don't want to pay for their health benefits. So they set up their studios with that absolute albatross on creativity. Let's add another one, the Series S. Let's add another one. You're not coding to the metal. You're not developing for the console. We ship games to PC day and date. That's another one. Oh, and we want games to come out at a certain cadence so that we can be feeding Game Pass on a regular basis. You're basically adding every single factor that they've added has made it difficult on studios to ship good games in a timely manner. And it's not the developer's fault. It's Microsoft's fault. All of this is on the leadership. All of this is on Microsoft corporate, because they could have said, yeah, it doesn't make sense to have creative projects, have people leaving every 18 months. Half of the people working on Halo Infinite were on a contract and leaving every 18 months. But you want to blame 343. These never Xbox guys drive me crazy. It's never Xbox. It's never Microsoft. Yeah, it was 343's fault. 343 sucks. It's like, did you ever think about the fact that maybe all these studios having a hard time shipping games in a timely manner at quality is maybe because of Microsoft and how they set these studios up to fail? That's why I said anybody interviewing Asha Sharma, that should be the first question they ask. How are you setting up these studios to flourish? You guys have so much money, so many studios, and you have all the time in the world. And after all this time, why aren't the studios flourishing? Why aren't they shipping like amazing games this entire gen? Now they're starting to. Things are looking better, but look how long it took. State of Decay 3 was announced 6 years ago. Fable was announced 6 years ago. Why is it taking so long? I do love IGN thinking that 6 years is almost a decade. That was adorable. Lono, I was joking about the pony comment. It's tactical. I was being ironic when you were spitting facts. You can't tell me to calm down in the middle of a rant, brother. I don't know how it works. I don't know how to untime you out. I don't know how to untime you out. You can't tell me to calm down mid-rant, homie. This dude said calm down. 6 years in and we're now getting decent games. That's the question people should be asking Asha Sharma. How are you setting up these studios to flourish? Are you making any strides to remove the 18-month contract policy that Microsoft enforces? If you're not going to get rid of that policy, then Asha, pack it up. Just pack it up. Sell the studios off. Let other people have these studios and their talent. Let them. Yeah. Here's IGN. IGN doesn't understand basic math. We should probably help them out. Corporate needs you to find the difference between this picture and this picture. They're the same picture. Yeah, a 6 and a 10. I mean, whenever I look at 6 years, you know what I think? Man, that's almost a decade. Whenever I'm talking to a 6-year-old, I'm like, this child is almost a decade old. You know, because 5 years is half of a decade. And as soon as I'm past the halfway point on the way to a decade, you know what I think? Whew, we're almost a decade in. That makes perfectly good sense to say that 6 years is almost a decade. That level of willful stupidity is so contagious. It's so contagious. It's just willful stupidity. It's like you're being willfully stupid. And then everybody just gobbles it up. And it's like, yeah, it's been almost a decade since Naughty Dog shipped a game. What? That's how my mother rounds numbers. 5.001 is basically 10. Yeah. Just when you hit 6 years at your company, I want you to go to your boss and I want you to say, I've been here for almost a decade and I think I deserve a raise. He'd be like, you can get the frick out of my office. I've been here for almost a decade. Daniel with the $2 super chat says, I'm curious how much Elder Scrolls 6 is costing them to make. The Game Effect with the $5 super chat. I'm sorry, Game Effect, I missed your super chat. I think it's very stupid that Xbox would put their game on PlayStation when PlayStation has almost 100 million in sales. They can't afford not to. Oh, you're saying to not put their games on PlayStation. Well, and this is why I said, I was like, well, let me get this straight. This dude hates me, still not canceling, can't get rid of me. Steven, I don't hate you. It was a simple timeout. You'll be able to talk again tomorrow. I don't hate you, brother. When I'm mid-rant, you can't tell me to calm down. You know what I'm saying? Try that with your lady next time she's upset. You know what I'm saying? Try that with your wife or your girlfriend. You just, when they're upset, you know, and they're ranting about the traffic, just tell them to calm down. It'll go really well for you. This is what tomorrow I just hit you with the 24 hours. I just hit you with the 24. Can you super chat with your original account? I should be able to undo it if you do that, I think. I don't know how to undo timeouts on YouTube. The admin The moderation controls on YouTube are terrible, okay? They're terrible. You're like, Lono's really wound up and he's really going in. I'm going to say that it's pony talk. And when he gets ruffled, I'm going to tell him to calm down. Let's see how this goes. Like, what? Like, brother, come on, man. I feel like I'm a little bit more chill than I used to. But you were asking for it, brother. You either got to give Lono a clue you're joking or be me. Those are your only two options. That's pretty much it. Hilly says, also, they were building Halo Infinite on an internal engine that wasn't great, and the new employees had to learn to use it before doing any actual work on the game. So glad they've moved to UE5. I think they found a way around the 18-month contract. They outsourced the development. It could be good or bad. It could be good or bad. Time will tell. Listen. You're not wrong, Hilly. Going to an engine like Unreal can certainly help because it's easier for them to find talent, or as you say, they could potentially just outsource. So then they're not having to bring people in and onboard them. I can't joke. You can joke. You gave no indication you were joking. Zubair gave you very special instructions. If you're going to joke with me, if you're going to goad me and give me like a poke, you got to let me know that's what you're doing. I thought you were just being just a troll. You're like, yeah, it's pony talk. Homie, you didn't do a wink, a kappa, you didn't do an LOL. You didn't do any of that. You just said pony talk. There's no way for me to interpret that as a joke. Madden Mills with 13 months. Welcome back. You'll be fine. You'll be fine, Steven. You'll be able to talk tomorrow, okay? Hey, I got it. I know what you need to do. Steven, if you're really upset about not being able to talk right now in my chat, all right, just calm down, okay? There you go. Just calm down, bro. Oh. In any case, my frustration with this has been, so much of it is self-inflicted. It's self-inflicted from Microsoft. To me, To me, it's self-inflicted from Microsoft. That's been my frustration since the beginning. For the longest time, I'm like, I liked Phil. He irritated me the last couple of years he was in the position, but I always liked Phil. I always liked the Xbox showcases. I was an Xbox guy. I was 360. I was Xbox One. I came into this gen really hoping and confident in the Series X, right? I was an Xbox guy. And watching Microsoft do this to the brand all these years, and now you're going to walk out Asha Sharma, and she's like, yeah, it's bad. We're in a bad situation. And then you hear from guys like Tom Warren that are like, oh no, yeah, massive layoffs are coming and probably even a studio closure. What's with all this pony talk? Wink, wink, wink. There it is. Jerry A with a $2 super chat, also serving as a tutorial on how to joke in text format. Like, I might not know how to reverse a timeout on YouTube, but I do know how to joke in text. Jerry, thank you for the gifted member. I appreciate it. 354 on the week. So again, that's my frustration. And then we got to listen, to pundits and talking heads. They're gonna try to brush past this and hand wave this as, it's just the state of the industry right now, and they won't acknowledge the history. They won't acknowledge Microsoft's role in this. They won't acknowledge everything that's led to this moment. It'll all be like, it's the industry. And Broken Earth bumps the line to 354 to 355. He's trying to tempt somebody to drop a 20 gifted bomb all the way to 375. We'll see if anybody takes the bait. This guy on Twitter says, it's almost like a lot of us predicted that Xbox would be toast after they blew tens of billions on publishers to help Game Pass, and they weren't getting the returns that they thought they would get. This is true. This is true. That's the other uniquely frustrating thing about this, is many of us warned about all of this, and it was called hate, and it was called being, a console warrior, and it was like, it was business analysis, and now you're seeing the results. And then you want to hand wave and act like, oh, yeah, this is just the market? Yes, there are factors that are on the market. I gave her credit for that in my breakdown. It's not her fault, the thing that's happening with memory. Like, that's not her fault. I'm not going to blame her for that. Joker Quinn ruins the setup as he always does and takes it to 356. Hilly says, Lono, you need to watch Project Hail Mary with the family. It's epic and a masterpiece. I'm going to watch it with Madam. She doesn't want the kids to see it. She looked at the kind of the stuff about it, and she was like, yeah, we don't need to watch it with them. You know what I mean? We have a mountain of movies to watch with them. We'll probably just, we'll watch it together, though. I want to watch it. Don't worry, we'll watch it. They can always blame Sarah Bond. Yeah. Joker strikes again. Thanks, Joker. Yeah. Joker strikes again. Whenever those setups come in, like a 10 bomb, 20 bomb, or a 5 bomb, you guys have to act fast. Joker Quinn always ruins them. That's his job. He's the ruiner. I wonder if they will eat the R&D on Helix or Cell. That's an entirely different subject, isn't it, Zubair? Maybe Steam wants to make Steam Machine Pro. The way she talks about it and the way people are talking, it sounds like future Xboxes are almost assuredly not even going to be built by Xbox. Like, they might still build it, but it might look completely different than what they originally stated. And that's why I said, whenever they were making their hardware assurances, I told people, I said, man, I'd proceed with caution. I did this. The number one, the market's too volatile. Number two, it's just like they were continuing to signal signs of exit. They were continuing to signal signs of exit. It was like, well, they wanted Windows to be the largest gaming platform. And it's like, well, that doesn't really sound like you're interested in making like bespoke hardware and having your own little console ecosystem. It sounds like you want Windows to be like the thing. And that to me sounds like you're going to have other people making handhelds, other people making Xboxes for you, and then you'll just put this Windows operating system on it that has an Xbox mode. They could just supply the chips. That's not crazy. They have the deal with AMD, fulfill the contract, be like NVIDIA, supply the chips to the third parties. Yeah, it sounds like they're looking into that because she said something to the effect of like they're looking for partners in that department right now. They're looking for partners like in the hardware department. So it would not surprise me at all if in a couple of years you see a lot of, Xboxes that aren't even made by Microsoft, which I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that really changes your perception of the brand if you were thinking like, here we go, Project Helix, Xbox is back. Somebody want to call King David and be like, hey, you were all on that no PS6. What about no Helix? Because we David, can you hear me? There might not be a Helix, brother. You know what I mean? You were looking good. He was looking good. He was looking good at Summer Game Fest and Fan Fest. He's a giant, by the way. I don't ever want to take a picture with him. I'm short enough. He was looking good. Yeah, but I don't know. He was on that no PS6 train. There might not be no Helix. Y'all better save them hoodies. Those are like, those are collector's items now, dude. If no Helix ever comes to the market. In all seriousness, though, the PlayStation 6 might get bumped a couple years as well. It's bad. The situation with hardware is bad. It's real bad. Most people in this gaming space who consume this kind of gaming content on YouTube, which is a small demographic, knows Series S only uses 8 gigs of RAM with 2 gigs used for the operating system. Yeah, 8 gig of usable memory in 2026 is just crazy work. The average PC game that ships says 16 gig minimum. Daniel with the 2 spot says, do you think they do a Helix S version of a console? I have no idea. David said fake news. He ought to know. he ought to know. You know what I'm saying? It's only the amount we can. It's the only amount we can afford. Knowing how bad the financials are, and given the upcoming potential massive layoffs, it's mind-boggling they shelved Gears on PS5, especially with it being basically complete. That's such a good point, Hadigan, and I was thinking about that this morning. All right, that's such a good point. Why on earth? You guys theorize with me here. All right. Why on earth, knowing the financials, knowing what they're getting ready to do, why would you reignite ideas about exclusivity? Why? What could be a reason that they're looking at these financials and they're thinking, we got to do at least an exclusive a year, at least one a year. Gears, Clockwork, and then, maybe they try to do one in 2028. Ego is the reason? I don't think it's ego. Nope. She literally brings up exclusives again in this memo. I think there's a reason. E-Day should have been on PS5. It's a no-brainer. The biggest quandary I have about E-Day is it's a live service game. I don't understand why you're limiting its reach. That doesn't make an ounce of sense to me. You guys literally talk about how live service games will be multi-plat. Gears of War E-Day is a live service game. They have seasons planned. They have season passes already that are already listed in the store. It's an ongoing game. It's got PvP. It's got the Horde mode. I don't know. Again, makes no sense to me. It's an extremely weird choice. Let's see what people are saying here. What are you guys saying? Chaos. Exclusives aren't about the money. They're about brand integrity and narratives to keep customers from leaving. I think Zubair is saying what we said a couple of days ago, and I don't think I've changed my position. I still think that's what's going on. You guys remember we said, Zubair brought up the thing about like pigeons and randomness, and it clicked in my brain. If you don't know what's going to be an exclusive and what won't be, like one random game a year is exclusive, it makes it really, really hard to leave the brand. You don't want to leave Xbox. It would have been really, really easy to leave Xbox if you come out of a showcase and they're like, Gears is going to PlayStation, Halo is going to PlayStation. Basically, every single game in their showcase would have been going to PlayStation had they not pulled out Clockwork and Gears. So, you'd have heard all that, and then you'd have seen this memo and been like, man, frick this brand. I'm out. I'm out of here. I'm done. I can play Gears, Forza, Halo, and Wolverine on a PlayStation. I'm out, dude. I'm done. I'm leaving. Especially whoever is still sitting on like an Xbox, One X or an Xbox One. People that are still waiting. They would just switch. They'd be like, this brand is cooked. Okay? So, the reason they made sure to do this at the showcase, the reason it was such a big, loud, and trumpeted thing is Asha's like, listen, if I walk out into the market with this memo and the public sees what's coming, even if we say nothing and it happens in July, we cannot be sending every single game to PlayStation because you might as well just send everybody to PlayStation 2. You might as well just send the customers there. AOZ says, I think it's just spinning. They see declining Game Pass and console activity. They reached out to studios to see which game could benefit from more time. Gears is a timed exclusive. I guess I'm really curious why they were, and I still am curious about this. Why were they so firm on it not being a timed exclusive? Because it literally feels like a timed exclusive. It's like it's live service. It was planned. You've got it built for PlayStation from what we have heard. From what we have heard, it's built for PlayStation. Jeff Grubb says it's sitting on a hard drive somewhere. Like, that's his understanding. Now, they're claiming that it's not. The devs were claiming they hadn't built it for PlayStation. And I'm like, yeah, I don't believe that for a second. But to me, it's like, what is this game? This game looks pretty cool. Gunstoppable is a momentum-based, fast-paced roguelike boomer shooter from a former God of War developer now leading Cage Studios. It speeds towards PC via Steam and Xbox consoles on Wednesday, August 5th. Gunstoppable. Gunstoppable. I wonder if the one frame looked like it might actually be co-op, but I don't know. They were showing like a top and bottom on it. Nope, it's single player. Gunstoppable looks pretty cool, though, if you guys want to check it out. It comes out August 5th. If you like those shooter rogues and you like momentum games. Remember, Lono, the plan is the plan until it's not the plan. Xbox will get exclusive content. I still think if Gears of War shows up, to PlayStation, I think it's going to be a multiplayer-only version. They'll say, no, Gears of War E-Day is going to maintain exclusivity on Xbox. And then they would say, but we have decided that the multiplayer and Horde portion could really benefit from more players. So we're shipping a version of Gears of War to PlayStation for $40 that will only have the multiplayer. I could totally see them doing that, especially if it's already built. I mean, they didn't build it for PlayStation. They would have ported it, and maybe they didn't port it yet. Could be true, I guess. Jeff Grubb said it's his understanding, and he's extremely consistent. I mean, he's literally the one that broke the story. So he breaks the story that Gears is going to be pulled back and only be exclusive to Xbox. It's not going to PlayStation. So the homie breaks that story. He's also the one saying that, according to his sources, there's a version of this game just sitting on a hard drive ready to go for PlayStation. A $2 super chat from Jerry. Let's not forget the damaged Sony relationship. This is the one that I find hilarious because people don't... I really like this one. And this portion of the broadcast is going to make me sound like a pony. And I don't care. I find this to be amusing. I don't consider myself a pony. I think labels like that are freaking weird. I think there are people who wear those labels proudly. bully for you. I don't go to these brands with loyalty. I go to these brands with money, hoping for a value transmission. So PlayStation doesn't have my loyalty. They get my money because they make good product. That's it. They don't have my loyalty. If things reversed in the next 10 years, I'd switch because I'd be like, I'm going to go where I feel like I get the best value. I remember when I started playing on PC, that's where I went. I got the best value. When I felt like I was getting better value out of the Xbox 360, that's where I went. This generation, I felt like I was getting more value out of my PlayStation. So that's where I went, and that's where I spent most of my time. So I've never taken on the moniker of pony, and people continually call me that. You know, these are the kind of guys that get mad when you call them a cis white male. So it's weird to call people something that they don't want to be called when you'd probably wet the bed if they did it to you. Anyways, this is going to make me sound like a pony. It just is. But I find it hilarious the way people are talking about that according to sources, they pulled the Halo campaign evolved trailer from the state of play, and these sources are claiming that it angered Sony and may have damaged the relationship with Sony. And people are acting like, oh, really? Really? Well, that's just too bad then. Or who really cares? Or, well, Sony's the one that damaged the relationship, right? They're the ones that have made it really hard or whatever. And what I found really interesting in this discussion was, you guys don't seem to understand the relationship between Xbox and Sony right now. You don't really seem to understand. Xbox needs PlayStation. PlayStation doesn't need Xbox. Now, you could argue PlayStation needs Call of Duty for a significant amount of revenue every year. That's been built into their community and their ecosystem of consumers for however many years strong. I don't know, 10 years strong or more, because they started scooping up the exclusive deals when Xbox stopped going for them. Because I remember during the 360 era, Xbox was all about the exclusives in Call of Duty. I remember getting the Ripper. It was an SMG that could also be an AR inside of Call of Duty, and I could get the Ripper on Xbox 360, and y'all couldn't. Right? So, PlayStation starts to scoop up and say, hey, let's do that. So, yes, they certainly need Call of Duty, and so does Xbox, because Xbox gets way more money from Call of Duty than PlayStation does. So, that would be mutual destruction if, like, Call of Duty went away. But Xbox needs PlayStation way more than PlayStation needs Xbox. Because PlayStation is an enormous platform to sell your games on. An enormous platform to sell your games on. So, if you're going to damage the relationship with PlayStation, that's going to hurt you more than PlayStation. It just is. The little brother syndrome and the idea that, like, somehow Xbox is in the position of power here, to me, is just laughable. It's like they are not in the position of power at all. PlayStation's in the position to be like, yeah, we don't really want to ship our single-player games to PC anymore. We're not doing that anymore. Xbox is like, well, we're basically sending everything to PlayStation and virtually everything to Nintendo, but we're going to pull back 2 games and make them console exclusive. But we're still going to ship them to PC day and date. Like, who's in the position of power here? It's not Xbox. It isn't. And, you know, AOZ's pointing out, does do they? Sounds like Battlefield did pretty good this round. I think Call of Duty is just too resilient as a brand. I think they'll bounce back. I think the franchise of Call of Duty always bounces back. It's always, oh, it's over, it's terrible, and then, oh, we're so back. Call of Duty is just too resilient of a brand, too resilient of a franchise. I think it's going to be just fine. I don't know if you know this game, Shade Protocol. Looks like a fun Metroidvania. Shade Protocol. Is it on? If it's not on PlayStation, I'm not gonna be able to play it. If I can only play it on Steam, I'm not gonna come in here. It's been announced. Oh yeah, okay. I haven't seen this one. Yeah, it looks pretty good. It's been added to my Steam wish list. Bane, yeah. Yeah. Do you feel in charge? That's right. Do you feel in charge? New COD looks cool. Yeah, I think Call of Duty tends to bounce back. But I found it to be pretty amusing to, like, you can read this memo, and you can read this thing from Asha Sharma, and you can look at Xbox's standing in the public, and you can still strut around like, Xbox damaging the relationship with PlayStation isn't more damaging to Xbox than PlayStation. Like, they're not in the position of power. That would be like doing something, putting your game on Steam or doing something in a way that upsets Valve. You don't want to do that. Valve is king. Valve is the platform to sell your games on PC. You don't want to upset them. I don't care how big your game is. I don't care how popular your game is. Valve don't need you. PlayStation is at that level in the console market. They don't frickin' need you. You want to sour the relationship with them? You want to play these games? It's not a good idea. It isn't. Sony don't mess around with this crap. They don't. If you don't listen, they don't vibe with Western, especially like Bungie's Western sentimentalities, right? Bungie's like Western. Like, they're not just in a Western country, they're on the west side of the country. Like, they're way out there, boys. And Sony don't vibe with that. Sony's not gonna vibe with your, like, being like, well, we're gonna have a console war. We're gonna pull trailers from showcases and that'll show you. PlayStation's like, what the frick? You need us. What are you talking about? We don't need you. We're going to make a killing on GTA 6. We're going to make a killing on your next Call of Duty. What are you doing? Why are you horsing around and pulling shenanigans with trailers? Especially if you do it at the 11th hour and it's disruptive. Like, that's unprofessional. It's like, well, yeah, fine. I guess go ahead and do that. It's probably not a good idea. PlayStation's taking 30% cut from that Xbox game. Yeah, they're going to take that regardless. Who's hurt more in the exchange if you hurt the sales of a game on PlayStation? If you're publishing your game on PlayStation and you sour the relationship with them and then you sell less copies over there, who's hurt more? The person who invested in the game, marketed the game, you have the profit and loss on it. PlayStation doesn't have any P&L on that property. They don't. They just get a 30% scrape. You're the one investing millions in the project. You stand to lose way more. It's idiotic. It's like, what are you doing? That's why I said, it's like, it's so reactionary. The brand feels so reactionary right now. It's like, what you want to be doing, and this is something I said about Rockstar, because Rockstar is the cock of the walk right now. The entire calendar is shifting around their orbit. GTA 6 and Rockstar, they could do whatever the frick they want. And yet, they're playing nice with their partners. When they didn't announce GTA 6's third trailer and pre-orders before their earnings call, that's when I thought they were going to do it, and then they didn't. So I was wrong in that prediction. But then people started saying, oh, they're definitely going to come out with something at the beginning of Summer Game Fest or during Summer Game Fest. And I'm like, no, they won't. It's clear to me their refusal to do that right before showcase season, they're playing nice with their partners. Both Xbox and PlayStation have games and property and marketing dollars that they're spending on a bunch of stuff that's going to try to get out of the way of GTA 6. And guess what? GTA 6 needs these platforms. They need these platforms to be successful. Like, GTA 6 needs PlayStation and it needs Xbox to have a place to sell their game. So, if you're playing nice with those platforms, that's good for you. Now, GTA 6 could have been brazen and been like, well, frick you, we don't care, we're going to walk out with that trailer, and they could have Godzilla stomped on the entire showcase week, and that's all anybody would have been talking about. Rockstar could have disrupted the entire week. They could have dropped the GTA 6 trailer. They could have been dropping screenshots, gameplay snippets. They could have done that the entire week, and they would have absolutely gobbled up so much of the public's attention. And they didn't do it. Why? Because even at their level of power and prestige in the market, they're playing nice with their partners. So if Xbox wants to play this game and you want to start not playing nice with a platform where you sell more of your property a lot of the times when Microsoft has something coming out, they sell way more of their property on PlayStation. Case in point, Call of Duty. Half of the annual Call of Duty sales are on PlayStation, not PC, not Xbox. So people walking around here like, oh yeah, serves PlayStation right, serves them right. They're gonna learn a valuable lesson. It's like, PlayStation doesn't need you. What are you talking about? PlayStation doesn't need you. Who are you with your 35 million consoles in circulation? Who are you? You've spent yourself. Go read Asha Sharma's memo before you start strutting around. They've spent themselves into this situation. It's like, yeah, welcome to needing to publish your games basically everywhere to even be profitable. Oh, and by the way, they're continuing in the midst of them doing all this and shifting to more of like a publishing strategy and putting their games everywhere. They still came to this conclusion and came to this situation. Why? Game Pass and the cost of doing business is now so great for them. Like, to think that you're going to somehow, flex on PlayStation. It's like I said, this section of today's broadcast is going to make me sound like a pony, but it's like, if you just do basic business analysis of like the size of PlayStation and how many games are sold over there, it's like you don't want to sour the relationship with them. That's not a good idea. That's not a good business decision. You're trying to reset Xbox. You're trying to make good business decisions. I don't think a good business decision is to sour a relationship with one of the biggest platforms you sell your property on. It would be like upsetting Valve. Like, that's not a good idea. I did get a super chat from Daniel, $2 super chat. Was confirmed stores had Gears PS5 SKU in the system. Yeah, they can claim they weren't building it all they want. It's not true. They were 100% building it. They were 100% building it for them. They were building it for PlayStation without a shadow of a doubt. And listen, that's fine. I mean, I'm trying to figure out if I can find a cheap Series X somewhere, because I'd love to be able to play Gears of War co-op with my wife and not have to resort to split screen. I'm not a big fan of split screen anymore. I'd prefer to each be on our own television. Yo, thank you, Wired Rope, 145 bits. For those high on the copium, Xbox has estimated sold 30 million Xbox Series, with 2 out of 3 estimated to be Series S. That means there are 10 million Series X's. Yeah, we have no idea where the estimates are now because they don't really report how many they've sold. If you guys haven't hit the like button yet, do me a favor and get that button pressed. Play it on PC, homie. Yeah, we were trying to figure out a way for me to play it on PC and like stream it to the television because I do have a nice PC, but 187 says cutting off PlayStation has to be part of the reset. You're talking about cutting off the branch they're standing on. What do you mean? So their problem is, 187, let me just track with you here on what you're saying. Their problem is they're stretched too thin. They're not making enough money. And your crackerjack strategy is to sell less copies of games. The very reason they started putting games on PlayStation and Nintendo is because of what Asha Sharma's memo is talking about. They're in a situation where they really don't have a choice. They painted themselves into a corner. It's like, publisher's the route for you, man. You guys can't be in the traditional console space anymore. You can't. The only way they're in the traditional console space is if they can somehow figure out a hardware manufacturer that wants to build it at scale. And I don't think they're going to find anybody that wants to do that in the current market. In the current market, you're not going to find anybody that wants to invest that level of scope and project for a new piece of hardware. You're not going to. The argument would hold water if Xbox gamers bought games en masse. The problem with that, Ghost, is that even you would need such an adoption rate on the Xbox platform. I just don't think you'd ever see that. That'd be so anomalous within consumer behavior. They poison their own ecosystem and built a loyal base that doesn't buy individual games. You're saying something similar to Ghost in the Garage Gaming, Zubair. I again think that, like, the attach rate on their platform of sales would have to be so insane for this to work, for them to not put games on PlayStation. I don't see it. They haven't fostered that behavior. Truth be told, the market itself doesn't show that level of behavior. It just doesn't. As successful as PlayStation is, even their games don't get adoption rates that are high enough to where they wouldn't need to heavily rely on third-party sales. That's been the case with PlayStation for a really long time. Is the exclusives are the magnet to get people into the ecosystem, and then the third-party games are how you make money off those people. Build it, they will come. I'll tell you, 187, one of the reasons I get really frustrated about this topic is I said all this during this gen. I said this during the ABK trial, and I got people spit in my face, called me a hater, and called me a pony. When I said I'd be spending the $70 billion and investing into my studios, I'd be making great games. I'd be making it to where people want Xboxes. And instead, they bought a bunch of property that was already coming to the market. That's just not compelling. That's not compelling. You're buying a bunch of property that's already coming to the market, and you're like, I really want you to think about the business strategy here and how stupid it was. You were never going to get conversion by being like, well, we bought property that was already being made, like Call of Duty, and we're going to put it on Game Pass. That wasn't going to move the market at all. You just gave a bunch of people the opportunity to not buy the game. It was a bad strategy from the jump. I kept telling people. I was on the Crossfire podcast, and I said that. I was like, they're buying property that's already coming to the market. It's not additive. These are games you would have been able to buy regardless of the acquisition, but now you can get them on Game Pass. Like, that's the celebration. That didn't create a seismic move of anything other than losses for Microsoft. It was a bad strategy from the beginning. So being like, oh yeah, now it's time to do exclusives. Now it's time to start putting games on PlayStation. It's like, you bought all this property. You bought it all. And now you want to kill it? Or now you want to circle the wagons? It was already being made. It was already coming to the market. It hurt my brain when we had these debates back in the day. I was like, don't you understand? They're not doing anything additive. All they've done now, the legacy of Xbox and Microsoft this generation will not be additive. It will be subtractive. They have taken studios and property out of the market. That's what they've succeeded in doing. $70 billion, so we have less studios and games coming to the market. What many of us said would happen. That's their legacy this generation. They could have taken the money and invested it in their studios. They could have shored up talent. They didn't have to do the Series S. Like, these are all choices that they made. And their legacy is studios that have been closed and projects that have been canceled that were already coming to the market. They were already in production. $5 super chat from Street Shadow. Street Shadow, you've been saying a lot of stuff and I've been missing it. Sorry, I'm heavy rants today. $5 from Street Shadow. I think the Xbox moves lately are less so West Coast and more reflective of Sharma using tech bro crap tactics in the game industry. PlayStation don't play that. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's not going to work. You don't want to upset your partners. You start playing unprofessional games of PlayStation, it's going to end up biting you on the rear end. The PlayStation don't play around. They're out here to make money. They're out here to do business. That's why they don't do this Twitter crap. My advice right now to Asha Sharma, Matt Booty, Aaron Greenberg, and Matt Ball. You want to know what you guys need to do? You need to get off Twitter. Get off Twitter. It is not doing you any favors. You're listening to the wrong people. Get off of Twitter. You're saying things that don't need to be said, creating headlines that don't need to be created. Like, in the nicest way possible, like, shut the frick up. You know what I mean? We need that Dave Chappelle thing with the microphones, like, shut the frick up when he, like, goes down the line. It's like, stop this nonsense. The weird interactions and, like, people call it parasocial, whatever. Get the frick off of Twitter. Start acting like the company that you are. You're this massive company. Why are you slumming it on Twitter? Why? I cannot imagine seeing a company this size doing this. Engaging with fanatics. It's like, what are you doing? It looks so unprofessional. Get off of Twitter. Can you imagine working at this level and making this level of money and having to be like, hear you? Like, what are you doing? You just, no. It's time. I tell you what, you want to reset Xbox, reset your social interaction policy and stop. Absolutely stop. Starting today. All of a sudden, just no more. No more replies. No more back and forths. Stop giving assurances and stop saying things about, we didn't make this decision at the last minute. Stop it. Absolutely stop it. Do interviews with major outlets and professionals like Chris Dring or business oriented outlets. Do not go on these podcasts. Don't do it. You want to reset the brand? You got to cut this off now. Absolutely stop it. It doesn't work. It makes the brand look weird, and it creates a weird aura around the brand. Just quit. Just make great games and market great games. That's all you've got to do. That's it. That's the recipe. PlayStation doesn't say anything, and then they do a state of play, and they're like, yeah, here's 10 minutes of Wolverine, here's 20 minutes of God of War. All right, see you guys later. That's it. That's all you got to do. Mag also said the game isn't ready for PS5 release, much like Forza. Oh, the gear situation. Supremacy, let me thank you for your 14-month resub. Let me add it to the total. And then a $10 super chat says, to the point, I'm sure they would love to bring Game Pass if they could to rival platforms because it's the most realistic way to come up with that 100 million sub, but we all know that's not happening. Yeah, but no. They would never want to do that. The last thing you want to do right now is start making less money on the PlayStation platform. The last thing you want to do is have people on PlayStation who are like, well, yeah, I'll sign up for Game Pass for $23 and just play my way through all those first-party games and then cancel. The problem is PlayStation doesn't say anything both when they should and when they shouldn't. They never say anything, period. Do you know what's beautiful about never saying anything, though, Solemn? Is another idiot is waiting to fill the silence. Like, somebody's waiting to step on a rake. Somebody's waiting to screw something up. Somebody's waiting to do layoffs. You know what I'm saying? So sure, when people are like, man, PlayStation, I really think you should say something about this. And they're like, and they say nothing. You know what ends up happening? Someone comes along and is like, hey, I've got an idea. And it's like, oh, wow, let's all focus on this idiot. There's always a fool and an idiot in these spaces ready to take the spotlight off you. Nothing is better than bad. It's a strategy that we implement. Like whenever we're going to make a video, Creatures just beat that into my head. He's like, nothing is better than bad. If you put out a bad video and it's not edited well, or if it's got mistakes in it, if it's got flaws in it, that's not good. You're better off just not putting out a video. There's been many times we've waited. We're like, we need to wait and do the research. We need to wait and see if somebody says something. That's the advantage that PlayStation has, is like, they can say nothing. You can get really ticked off and be like, oh, I really wish they would say something. But the community can't rage at silence for very long. It really, really is hard to rage at silence for very long. Hope you keep the same energy when Sony lays off hundreds at Bungie over the next month. I hope you do some research so that you actually know the situation that Bungie is one they put in motion in 2019 to now, mainly faulted by terrible leadership from Pete Parsons and others. But sure, do the console tribalism, keep that same energy, bro, crap, because you're angry your favorite company's getting taken to the threshing floor, both by Asha Sharma and me today. But sure, I'll keep that same energy when Sony has to lay off people at a company that oversold their valuation, had terrible leadership and terrible financial management for, I don't know, the last 7 years, and they're forced to lay people off. Maybe we should do a little bit of a history lesson into the fact that when they bought that company, they spent extra money to retain people through actual share value and stock value so that they wouldn't quit. It was like an extra $1 billion. Then when they found out the company had been mismanaged underneath Pete Parsons' ownership, they shouldered and absorbed 150 to 200 some odd people into SIE so that they weren't laid off. Then they spun up LFG so that the Gummy Bear Project could live on so that those people weren't laid off. But sure, I'll keep that same energy when the absolute iceberg of Bungie's bad decision-making comes to roost next month or this month in layoffs. I'll keep that same energy. I'll be sure to do that for you. The whataboutisms and the false comparisons are exhausting. It's not the same. This has been perpetual rake stepping by Microsoft for years. For years, Microsoft has been doing this to their gaming division, to their studios. And you want me to keep that same energy as we watch Bungie run into an iceberg that they steered into, and I'm going to keep that same energy for PlayStation. They're so equivalent. What a dizzying argument. Calm down, Kappa. Crimson Red. That's the joke of the day. That's good. That's excellent. That was very well timed, sir. Ubisoft layoffs, Xbox layoffs, Bungie layoffs. Yeah, and the criticism of Ubisoft is very similar. They've run the company very poorly. They've mismanaged things. They mismanaged their property. They have. Ubisoft absolutely deserves criticism. It's self-inflicted wounds, 100%. The situation with Bungie is not even remotely comparable to what's going on. Didn't know Steam was owned by Microsoft. We leave the console wars to you guys. Nice try, though. Sure. Mm-hmm. You're one of those. You're one of those. I get it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Come into a conversation, invoke console tribalism, whataboutisms, and false equivalencies. When you meet the canvas, because I'm not going to sit here and put up with your guff. You're like, yeah, I'm a PC guy. Okay. That doesn't change how dumb it is what you said. I don't care where you play. You could play every day on a Game Boy Advanced. I don't care where you play your video games. What you said was stupid. Do you have any comebacks or retorts to what I said about how completely and utterly different the causality is that led to this moment? Do you have anything to say, given the history lesson of like what Bungie did to bring about this moment compared to what Microsoft did for years and years and years to bring about this moment? Do you have a retort, or you just want everybody to know that you play on PC? Good for you. No one cares. If you're going to enter the landscape of an argument and debate, maybe do that. Like, maybe argue and debate. You're like, yeah, but I play on PC. What's that have to do with anything? Wasn't Activision under terrible management as well? Like the frat boy culture stuff? Epsilon, there's certainly a reality where like Activision doesn't get purchased and they go through layoffs and they go through problems. Sure. And then we would have criticized Activision and leadership and all that. There would have probably been some investigations that would have unearthed some pretty nasty things, right? Sure. The situation with Microsoft is different though, because they spent all this money because they had made terrible decisions leading up to this moment. It's not like Activision completely sabotaged a great trajectory for Xbox. Xbox was on a bad trajectory already. They had a terrible cadence of first party, and some of it has to do with the Series S. Some of it has to do with the 18-month contract policy. Microsoft was the driver behind what happened to Xbox One. I have no idea who made the decision about the Series S, but Microsoft's the driver behind the 18-month contract policy. So Microsoft is disruptive to creative process, and then Xbox is like, we don't have enough cadence of games right now. We are falling behind in this competition. And like, oh, well, we'll go buy ABK. That is all a road that Microsoft put them on. That's why I'm like, if you don't do a history lesson on what led to this moment, it's like, yes, ABK is a factor. ABK was being mismanaged, and I'm sure they would have had their own layoffs and their own shutdowns. This is one step in many steps that has led to this moment. It's all Microsoft. That's why when somebody wants to come at me with this like, well, you better keep that same energy. Man, shut the frick up and educate yourself. This has nothing to do with PlayStation, and the situation with Bungie is completely different. It's completely different. All the roads that have led to this moment for Bungie are not even remotely comparable to what Microsoft has been doing to their gaming division for years. For years they've been doing this. And for people to do this weird console tribalistic, but Sony though, but PlayStation though, you are not even on the landscape of diagnosing what led to this moment. You're not. You're just doing superficial click driving. That's all that is. It's just superficial click driving. Well, if I do this and I say the word pony, and I put Reforge's face on my thumbnail, I'll get clicks. You're not even on the landscape diagnosing what has led to this moment. This stuff's been set in motion for years, and none of it had to do with ABK. Buying ABK is a symptom of things that Microsoft had been doing for years. ABK is a symptom. It's like, well, we better go buy them because we just do not have a standing in the market. We don't have the strength. We don't have the cadence to get Game Pass to grow. And so they buy ABK. All that did was drive operational costs through the roof and put them in a situation where they had to put their games everywhere, which was one more, jettison away from what they had built the brand on. Everything they built the brand on is gone. That's why I said this is the end of the Xbox that we knew. It's all over. Like, there's no centrality to pushing out a subsidized console. They're not prizing exclusives, even though they're claiming that, like, oh, exclusives are back, but they're not really. They're not really back. And now they're in such a depressed state, they're going to have to start laying people off in mass numbers and closing down studios. You assume that I played on Xbox? I didn't say anything about where you played. No, because I made a comment about keeping that same energy, so I just corrected you. But yeah, I'm flaunting my playing on PC. Not only do you really lack the ability to argue, as you've continued to not, you've not retorted to anything that I've said, you're now imagining things. I didn't say anything about where you played. I didn't. I was like, you guys always want to do this. You guys always want to come in and do these false equivalencies. And I showed you how, if you wanted a history lesson in what happened with Bungie, it's not an equivalency to what's going on with Microsoft. I know education is painful for people like you because you don't know what you're talking about. So I know this is difficult to have somebody correct your thinking, but like you came in with like this like, oh, you're going to keep that same energy with Bungie? And it's like, it's a completely different scenario. It's a completely different scenario. It's not the same. It's not comparable. I don't care where you play. I didn't assume about where you played video games. I wasn't like, well, it's clear that you play on the Xbox, and because you play on the Xbox, no, I didn't do that. I was like, you guys always do this. You guys always want to do tribalism. Like, oh, well, what about them with Sony, and what about PlayStation? And it's like, PlayStation made their own mistakes that I've been critical of. PlayStation has made their own mistakes, and I've been critical of those mistakes. Having first-party studios work on live service, stupid, absolutely dumb. Allowing Bungie to trick you into buying them so that you end up with an overvalued asset and now all the leaders are leaving and then you paid the extra billion, absolute mistake. Shutting down Bluepoint, mistake. Especially if you're wanting to revisit all your old franchises. I've been critical of all those decisions. Those are different decisions. They're different. They're worthy of criticism, but they're not the same. PlayStation didn't spend the last 10 years chasing non-gamers and valuing things that were not good for games. PlayStation, for the last 10 years, has shipped really quality first-party games, award-winning games, Game of the Year nominated and Game of the Year winning games. They've done that for the last 10 years. So for the last 10 years, PlayStation has invested in things imperfectly, in things that give me good games. They've grown studios underneath their ownership. Studios like Guerrilla and Insomniac and others have flourished and grown and have more employees. So it's interesting to me to be like, well, you better keep that same energy. But it's like, no, I'm critical when I think PlayStation makes mistakes and missteps. When they say they wanted 12 live service games by 2026, I said that was a mistake. I said that's way too many. That's way too many. And when it comes to Xbox, the thing that drives me crazy in this scenario is I'm sitting here being critical of Microsoft. And what's funny is you want me to keep that same energy and you pit Xbox against PlayStation, which is console warrior mentality. So you sure play on PC, but you got the mind of the console warrior. So change your thinking. So when you come in and you say what you say and you posture like a console warrior, like I said, you could play on PC or a mobile phone. Doesn't matter. You're talking like a tribalist. It's like, I've been critical of these brands up one side, down the other this entire generation. You probably just watch content about me that's consistently painted me as something that I am not. And so you come in here guns loaded like, yeah, you better keep that same energy. And it's like, I've been very consistently critical of PlayStation this entire generation. They've stepped on way less rakes. I mean, Microsoft and Xbox have stepped on like 20 rakes to like the 4 that PlayStation has stepped on. So it's like, yeah, there's one team with the better record, so they're not going to get criticized as much. Sorry. It would be like watching a sports announcer talk about a team that's lost 10 games, and you're like, well, you're way more critical of them than this team over here that's only lost 3 games. And it's like, yeah, their records are different, bro. Like, yeah. I'm not going to be as critical as often. Valor Mortis delayed. I think there's going to be a handful of games that delay to next year. September's just too full. A bunch of games will die. There's too many games. They're going to choke each other out. There's too many games. Everybody put together their marketing and their calendars and their release dates, and we just come out of showcase season. Guess what? Most of those release dates were planned months ago, and now they're all like, you. Everybody's in September. Oh, frick. And now they got the move. Oh, it's only going to October. Okay, that's not nearly as bad. That's still rough, though. October 13th, that's 2 days before Castlevania Belmont's Curse. Jiminy Christmas. There's going to be a lot of games that delay. I think Valor Mortis stayed in this year. I think a lot of games go to next year. I think February and March get really full because they're going to want their games to land in this fiscal period. You're angry your favorite company is being taken to the threshing floor by me and Asha. Your words, not mine. Well, you're posturing like a fanboy. Sorry. Argue better next time. Not everybody fanboys over companies and consoles. You did when you came in. I just made a comment over PlayStation and you crashed out on me. Yes, correcting you and giving you a history of Bungie and what led to it because you came in with console warrior mentality and console warrior argumentation. Argue better next time. You clearly lost. You haven't tried to correct a single thing that I've said. You haven't retorted. You haven't refuted. You haven't rebutted. You haven't. You're wetting your pants over the fact that I said Xbox was your favorite company. Well, boo-hoo. Argue better next time. Your position wasn't very distinguishable. It came in and it postured as if you're a fanboy. Do a better job next time. You clearly can't get into the ring and debate because you've chosen not to. You've chosen not to debate. So when you're done wetting your pants over being told that Xbox is your favorite company, maybe take it as a lesson to not come in and talk like that. When you come in and talk like that, it's easy to presume, you're talking like a fanboy. I don't know, improve your way of communication. You clearly don't have the communication skills to debate me as you've chosen not to. So, I don't know, do better. Like if you really, really want to have a debate about Bungie, you're in the wrong place. You're in the wrong place. Do you even know who I am? You really thought you were going to come in and flex on me on Bungie, of all companies? Like, really? You better keep that same energy with Bungie. Are you familiar with me at all? That's like the last company that you want to like come in and peacock on me with. It's a terrible idea. It is a terrible idea. You want to have a competition and predictions about PlayStation marketing, I'm your guy because I'm terrible at that. But when it comes to Bungie, you better keep that energy with Bungie. Homie, where do you think you are? Like, Lono said, Google me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Come in here with this console warrior crap and get mad and flustered when I put you in your place. Just if you want to come in good faith, come in good faith next time. Have an actual debate. You don't know who I am, do you? Yeah, it's like, I don't think you know who I am. Great timing, having dinner at the moment. What's good, Raven? Chrono, thank you for the raid. Bungie created Lono. Jiminy Christmas. Chrono says Xbox better. Oh yeah. They're better at stepping on the rake faster than anybody. Faster than anybody. It's like I was like, oh, that was the best showcase. I literally gave them the honor. You know, it's such an honor to be awarded this for me. I was like, that was the best showcase of Summer Game Fest. It was. And they're like, I'm going to let you finish. They Kanye'd. They were like, now I'm going to let you finish. But before you do, we're in terrible shape. And we have to lay people off. It's like, what the frick, man? They didn't create Lono, but they did create Reforged Gaming. I appreciate what you're trying to say, but Bungie created nothing that I have now. Nothing. They attempted to destroy everything I had, and they failed. They have not created anything that I have. I've noticed this channel and audience are more interested in the console culture war stuff instead of discussing the abject reality of how Microsoft has owned and standardized the Western video game industry. The abject reality of how Microsoft has owned and standardized the Western video game industry. You have to expound on what you're claiming. And you're saying that this channel and audience are more interested in console culture war stuff instead of discussing the abject reality. Did you just get here and ignore everything that I talked about all the mistakes that Microsoft made? Like, you're attempting to frame me and the people here as if we're doing console war stuff. And see, that's a classic tactic from dishonest people. You can't engage in the conversation at a level of like business analysis or like tracking the history of what Microsoft has done to their gaming division. So what you do is you repackage it and you're like, well, you're doing console war stuff. No, you just, like the other guy, seemingly lack the ability to actually debate. So you reframe everything so you can dismiss it as if like, well, yeah, I don't really do this console war thing. What are you talking about? What do you mean? This entire time I've been saying the issue is Microsoft. Microsoft has been doing this to their gaming division. Are you going to ask her to watch more stuff? No, not right now, bud. You just had screen time. You had screen time. My office is very warm because the door was closed because you were having screen time, so I need the door open all the way. No. No, sir. I don't want that happening when nobody else is upstairs, and I need the conversation. I need the conversation to be over now, okay? I'm sorry. Find something else to do, bud. No, I want my door open, please. All the engines that are high demand that are Microsoft owned, list the dev tools they own. Yeah, Microsoft still owns most of the Western game studios and IPs and development tools. Huh? Prime with Dragon Bane. Thank you so much. That's 50 months. Hang on. I gotta open the door. I don't necessarily think, I don't know if what you're saying is factually true, that they own most of the Western dev tools. Let's just say that you're right, that they own most of the Western dev studios. Okay? He thinks DirectX is a game dev tool. Oh, does he think that? Oh, golly. Anyways, let's just go with they own most of the property in the studios. Do you think that makes them look better or worse? Like, do you think that makes them look better or worse right now? Like, if I flexed on you, you know, in the agricultural world, that I owned most of the farmland in California, and I was producing bad produce and losing money, but I flexed on you and talked about, yeah, but I own most of the property over there. Like, do you think they're looking good right now, owning all that property? Do you think that's the case? Do you think all that ownership matters to anybody? Microsoft gaming division is DirectX, and its ubiquity is a monopoly. Sir, your argumentation doesn't make any sense to me. What difference does that have to do in the conversation? What they own or don't own, like, what does that have to do with their standing in the gaming world and their output and the fact that studios are going to be potentially shut down and people are going to be laid off? What are you even flexing? You're also using weirds like its ubiquity is a monopoly. How is it a monopoly? I need you to explain to me how DirectX is a monopoly. In what case, in what universe is it a monopoly right now? When DirectX is literally the foundation of almost all Western game engines, then yes. I don't really understand the point that you're trying to make. Let me explain DirectX to you. It is essentially an agnostic translation layer of code to hardware, my man. It's not a developer tool in the sense that you're presenting it. Yeah, I think you're very, very largely misrepresenting DirectX. You're saying DirectX is the foundation for almost all Western game engines. I feel like people in chat that know way more about this than me are educating you right now. DirectX is it the foundation of UE5? Is it the foundation of all these engines? Like, what are you even saying? Xbox is losing money. Microsoft is making bank on almost every Western game ever currently made. Homie, do you think that's how that's working? He's so wrong. I think I understand less things now. Give him a sec. He's typing the ChatGPT. It's literally an API. The Xbox is a direct Xbox. It exists to permeate DirectX across console game development. And it has and is working. How much money would you say is being generated by this? How much money would you say is being generated by this? Because they're in a terrible state financially as a gaming division, and you're acting as if DirectX is some sort of monopolistic dominant force for them. Okay, how much money is it generating for them? What's the royalty share and split and licensure split that they're getting on all of the engine work that you're claiming they have monopolistic power over? I'll repeat for fun, the Xbox is a direct Xbox. Yes, dizzying fact that we all already know. It exists to permeate DirectX across console game development. It is why it exists. So when we ask you direct questions, your answer is just to repeat yourself. So again, how much royalty or licensure dollars is generated by DirectX that gives them a monopolistic power over the gaming market? How much money does it generate? Do you know? Do you have an answer? Zubair says $0. See last. Zubair, I'm a few steps ahead of him, and I'm acting like I'm not. Come on. DirectX is literally the foundation for the Unreal Engine since UE3. I was playing dumb. I was asking, like, how much royalty or licensure dollars is generated by DirectX to give them monopolistic power over the gaming market? The answer is none. That's the answer. I was playing dumb with him. The answer is none. They don't have monopolistic power over Western game development. You're talking nonsense. You're talking pure and utter nonsense. Like, if that were true, and they were generating all this money from that, like, as an example, the Unreal Engine was able to lower, like, royalty thresholds and things that, like, smaller studios had to pay Epic. They were able to lower that because Fortnite was generating so much money for them. So Unreal, as an engine, there's like a licensure deal that you agree to, and then royalties are paid to Epic in accordance to that, relationship. So, like, there's literal revenue generated by the engine itself. You were posturing as if DirectX had a monopolistic form of control and power over the Western gaming development world, which is why I was like, well, how much money does it generate? Oh, it generates enough money to buy the entire Western game industry. Who are you? Are you like an experimental AI bot or something? Lono, you can't play dumb when you are routinely dumb. You have to let us know that you're kidding. Bungie is obviously floundering to anyone who played Destiny 2. Not when they were purchased. False and untrue. Another bad history lesson for you. Destiny 2 was doing incredibly well at that time. Leading to the purchase by PlayStation, they were generating so much money they were planning to build a studio in Amsterdam, as well as expand their own studio and get into publishing. So Destiny 2 was not floundering at that time. That's false. Microsoft wouldn't even buy them because they had such high burn rate, but Sony got fooled by Pete Parsons. I agree that they got fooled by Pete Parsons. He's a good salesman. Now Bluepoint and others have to pay for it. false and untrue. That's not why Blue Point's closed down. That's another falsehood that you're spreading. So you're just in here now lying, I guess. I didn't say it was equivalent, but acting like PlayStation isn't burning through cash with all their live service games is funny. Another false equivalency that is not even relevant to the conversation, because PlayStation's investment into live service has nothing to do with what happened with Bungie, with what is currently happening with Bungie, which is what you brought up. You brought up Bungie. What is happening with Bungie has nothing to do with PlayStation's investment into live service with like a Blue Point or a Bend, or even what Naughty Dog was doing. Now, Naughty Dog's decision to do what they were doing with The Last of Us Factions predates Jim Ryan's push for live service. So again, that's not equivalent and that's not applicable, right? I didn't say it was equivalent, but acting like PlayStation... Oh, I already read that. I'm sorry. Bungie might be down to 400 employees next month after being at 1,200 person studio. Was that set in motion from the acquisition? No. Again, you weren't paying attention when I corrected you on the timeline. From 2019 to 2024, Bungie put themselves on a crash course to layoffs. That plan was put in place before they were acquired. They were also acquired and then continued to function independently beneath the PlayStation contract. This is all a matter of public record. Go educate yourself. Secondly, whenever they had to do those layoffs, as I said, which I'll state again now, SIE absorbed somewhere between 150 and 250 employees so that not every single person had to be laid off. This is when they were shrinking down from 1,200 employees to about 800 to 900 that they have now. So the greater portion of those people maintained their employment because of PlayStation. Again, you're trying to draw an equivalency between Bungie having to experience layoffs and what's happening at Microsoft. And historically speaking, PlayStation has worked very hard to not have people leave Bungie. An extra $1 billion in the acquisition was literally in talent retention. They didn't want people leaving. They also spun up, another thing I told you that you seemingly ignored, they spun up the LFG team to shoulder and to take the incubation project of Gummy Bear so that those people at Bungie were not laid off. So the impending layoffs at Bungie have nothing to do with the acquisition. Another history point that you seemingly aren't aware of or forgot, according to Paul Tassi and others familiar with the buyout, Bungie was headed to financial disaster if it wasn't for the acquisition. The acquisition didn't just serve as a stay of execution for Bungie, it allowed Sony to absorb people into their infrastructure so that they didn't lose their jobs. That is not the same as the perpetual rake stepping that led Microsoft to buying Activision Blizzard, raising their operational costs to an absurd level, and now failing to generate enough money to make it work, so they're going to have to lay a bunch of people off and shut down studios for the second time since the acquisition. So, they're not equivalent, and you seemingly don't know what you're talking about with respect to Bungie and the Sony acquisition and the timing and everything that has happened. I enjoy how you all moved on from the obvious reality of DirectX and licensing in commodity engines because you all clearly are out of your depth on the subject. Like I said, how much revenue does DirectX generate annually for Xbox to give them monopolistic power over the engine world within the Western development studio edifice that you're talking about? You're talking about like the entire Western studio edifice, and you're like, yeah, they have monopoly. They have a monopoly because of DirectX. Microsoft does not publicly report separate revenue or profit for DirectX because it is a foundational free-to-use API built into Windows. Woo! Life comes at you fast. Man, that's tough. That's a tough break. In ubiquity. Yeah, they have ubiquity and monopoly, or whatever the frick he said. Guys, a free-to-use API has monopolistic power over all Western studios. I mean, you guys don't know that because you're not educated, but clearly, clearly this guy does. If a PlayStation game runs in commodity engine like UE5 or Unity, it's calling DirectX. Again, I ask, How does a free-to-use API give them monopolistic power over all Western studios and engines? How? You need to explain to us. Where's this monopoly? It's a free-to-use API. That's why I said, how much royalty share or licensure dollars are generated annually by DirectX? I knew what the answer was, but that's why I asked you that. I was like, well, where's the monopolistic power coming from? Enough to actually get sued for potential monopoly over COD? Arguing Microsoft's financial success seems silly? Okay, so now what you've done is you've jumped to a completely different category. No one ever got sued over a potential monopoly for Call of Duty. So once again, you're displaying a dizzying display of ignorance here. They were not sued. The FTC filed for an injunction to basically pause the acquisition because they were worried about how it would damage competition. They were not sued over a possible monopoly in Call of Duty. That's not what happened. The FTC was trying to put a pause on the acquisition for fear of damage to competition. It wasn't they weren't sued because of a monopoly. And Call of Duty was one of the main things that they focused on, but there was never once an argument about Call of Duty being a monopoly. And that has nothing to do with your claims about DirectX, which have been falsified. It's a free-to-use API that does not give them monopolistic power over all Western studios. That's not true. Rissick with 2 singles, thank you very much. We're sitting at 360. I've not heard a single argument over Microsoft's licensing over UE. Microsoft doesn't care if your indie game uses DirectX, but making it in Unity will. What do you mean they're licensing in UE? Microsoft doesn't license UE. Epic owns the Unreal Engine. What are you even talking about? And another single comes in from Rissick. Thank you. It's been well known that they don't use DirectX on PlayStation. Yeah, another thing that you seem to not understand is that, DirectX isn't, they don't even use it on PlayStation. A PC game is not even forced to use DirectX 12. I'm sorry I don't have financial reports on DirectX, but I do see the real-world ramifications of its ubiquity. Okay, you need to understand something. It's a free-to-use API. What that means is... And I don't know why do you keep using that word? So ubiquity means it's got omnipresence, universality, and pervasiveness. So you think that DirectX is so ubiquitous to the market that it gives them monopolistic power, but it doesn't generate any money. Therefore, how could it be a monopoly? How could it have any of that level of power? How? Unreal can use other APIs other than DirectX. DirectX is for PC. He should understand is simple. It's not just for it's not for consoles. A simple Google search literally throws out the whole argument. Those things are disclosed. Microsoft isn't making all this money from a free API. It does feel as if you're arguing over the most obviously observable consequences of the success in DirectX and Microsoft's ownership over most of the Western game studios. Gosh. Okay. My position has been since the beginning that these problems facing Xbox and the Xbox gaming division are self-inflicted by Microsoft. Microsoft has done this. They disrupted everything with their focus in the Xbox One era on TV, and then this gen they were focusing on large acquisitions to keep up cadence on Game Pass. Not only that, they slowed down production of their own games with the Series S. Now, I don't know if the Series S was a Microsoft decision, but Xbox was not set up to flourish. One of the main things I've been saying is that Asha Sharma's primary question should be, how are you setting these studios up to flourish? You're coming in here and wanting to flex how much money or power Microsoft has. That has nothing to do with what we've been talking about. That has nothing to do with what we've been talking about. We are not talking about Microsoft as a software company and different APIs that they might have and, how many dollars are generated annually by their Azure services and how much cloud has influenced their decision making going forward and how much agentic AI is going to make them long term if the returns actually start to come, because they're not currently coming. We're not talking about that. We are talking about what Microsoft has done to their gaming division with their own decisions, with their own rake steps. We are standing on the precipice of more layoffs and more studio closures, and ABK being one of the direct causalities of stretching them too thin. ABK was a symptom of Microsoft mismanaging their gaming division. So your comments about DirectX, albeit entertaining and clearly very ignorant, since it has no monopolistic power over the Western market because it doesn't generate money. When I asked you how much money it generated, you said, I don't know. I don't have the reports in front of me, which means you don't know what you're talking about. Because if you knew what you were talking about, you would have known that question was a trick question. You'd have been like, it doesn't generate money. It's a free API. I asked you that question, postured like a dummy because I knew it didn't generate money. And you said, I don't have the reports in front of me. You should have known, if you're all knowing about this, you should have known that it doesn't generate money. Your first response is like, what are you talking about? It's free to pay. It's a free to use API. How could it generate money? There's no licensure. There's no royalty attached to it. They license it to commodity engines. Why do you not argue the specific point? It has everything to do with it, if that's why the Xbox exists. But that you're missing the bigger picture too. If you haven't been paying attention to what she said in the memo, their future Xbox is just going to be a PC, not even probably made by them. It sounds to me like they're looking for hardware partners. Now, this isn't Microsoft's fault, but there's a hardware crisis, a global hardware crisis, and they're all dealing with it. And Asha admits they didn't plan as well as their peers, and they're facing a much harder uphill climb. They might actually have to partner with hardware manufacturers to even have a future Helix or what have you. There isn't going to be like a traditional like Xbox console going forward. It's going to be some kind of a PC, like PC adjacent hybrid thing. So even that, you seem to be out of date on the information. Like you're outdated already. It's like they're not even looking to do that anymore. Why does Xbox care about losing players if all their players will leave for Steam on Helix? Because Steam generates less money for Microsoft than Microsoft's own store does. If they keep you in their store, if they keep you in the Game Pass ecosystem or their store ecosystem, they make more money off of you because you're buying stuff from them instead of through a third party, and then they only get a 30% share there. I'm sorry. They only get 70% because Steam takes 30%. Microsoft licenses to commodity engines, and yet you refuse to arbitrate this point. Disingenuous and inauthentic and caustic. You just continue to do big word salads in chat because you think it makes you sound intelligent, and yet you have not been able to directly link that licensure to their monopolistic power. You can't do that. That was your claim, burden of proof. You haven't been able to substantiate that. What engines are licensed to, and how much money does it generate? And you don't know. If you're going to claim it has a monopoly, that should be something that you should be able to argue rather easily, because that would be very traceable, trackable, and like, oh man, look at how much of a monopoly they have, like with DirectX. You haven't demonstrated that. You haven't demonstrated that at all. You made the claim. You haven't substantiated the claim. You just keep doing big word salads to distract from the fact that, like, you think and claim that DirectX gives them monopolistic power over all Western studios and the engines that they use. And you haven't demonstrated how they do that. Why would I care? I'm simply relaying the truth and reality of the video game industry. No, you're not. You're making claims that you haven't backed. You made claims about DirectX that you have not backed once. You haven't pointed to any data, any information that we can go and verify and research. And other people in the chat that know way more than me about this have been beating you up in chat about how stuff you're claiming about DirectX isn't even true. What is this? Developers often choose alternatives to DirectX depending on their goals. Vulkan. This is the biggest competitor to DirectX 12. It's an open source cross-platform API. Major PC games like Doom Eternal, Baldur's Gate 3, No Man's Sky, and Red Dead Redemption 2 use Vulkan natively instead of DirectX. That's kind of weird. Doom Eternal, huh? $2 from Dragon King. Thank you very much. Lono, please stop. He's as dumb as a caveman. Licensing their API across the most ubiquitous engine seems self-evident. I also do not argue the earth is flat, the sky is blue, etc. What? What did you just say? I'm pretty sure that Nathaniel is just Lono's son. He's arguing this so he can have more screen time. What would you argue is the most ubiquitous engine? You're saying that the API, you're saying their API across the most ubiquitous engine seems self-evident. Okay. What engine is that? Claims equals the most historically and famous reason why Xbox exists. But you're not making a cogent point. You're arguing that that was the reason Xbox exists. Yes, historically, the birth of Xbox was literally a direct Xbox. Congratulations. We can all use Wikipedia too. We all know that. You have yet to substantiate the claim that Microsoft has monopolistic power over all Western studios and engines. A $5 super chat from Sora. I know about monopolies. I play Monopoly with my family. Don't buy the blue properties. You'll doom us all. Well, I can't afford to get any dumber. Oh no, it's too late. This is flirting with the threshold of the dying reality, aka flat Earth. I'm out. I'm out. You made my foam fall off of my background. I quit. I quit. I'm done. I'm going home. I mean, I am home. I'm in my home. I can't go home. I'm in my home. I'm done. I'm out. I quit. You guys, you talk to him for the rest of the day. It's your show. I am leaving, and I'm never coming back. The earth is flat. Okay. All right. Or are you guys still... Are you guys still here? I just assumed you guys would have left. I thought you guys were going to leave. I was just going upstairs, talking to my son, and, you know. That was... What were we doing? What were we talking about? I feel like I had a stroke. He says, imagine arguing the DirectX is not the most commonly used API in Western studios. Okay. It being used a lot does not logically follow into they have a monopoly over Western studios and their engines. That was your claim. That was your argument. You have not substantiated that argument. You haven't. It would be like arguing, I have a monopoly over the fast food industry. Why? Well, we make the paper that they make their cups from. What the frick? We're the most commonly used paper company for sourcing of the paper cups. Okay, so what? You have a monopoly over them? What? Your claim doesn't make any sense. DirectX is the commonly used API in Western studios. Yes, that is reality. Okay. I don't know if that's true or not. Let's say that it is. Let's say it is the majority. How is that a monopolistic form of power over the Western studios and their engines, which is what you argued? Free stuff gets used a lot. Shocking. Right. Do you know what a non sequitur is? Like, it doesn't logically follow. It does not follow. Oh, everybody's using the API. Therefore, they have a monopoly over these studios. What? You're denying the reality of Microsoft's ownership over the Western game industry. No, you haven't substantiated it. You're doing what's called a non sequitur. You're arguing common use of the API is equal to ownership of the Western game industry. That's not a compelling argument. That isn't compelling at all. You're arguing that the common use of a free-to-use tool, a free-to-use API, means they own the Western game industry. What the frick? Lono only speaks English, therefore the King of England owns this show. Right, like what the... yeah, like your argument is so dizzyingly dumb. It's like, homie, yeah, okay, a lot of people use the API. It's the most major... How is that a monopoly, and how does that give them ownership over the Western game industry? My claim is that you're arguing culture console wars when Microsoft is playing another game beyond this chat's comprehension, which I pointedly acknowledged. It's so far beyond our comprehension that you seemingly don't have the ability to do anything other than repeat yourself. You cannot expound on your point because I don't think your point was one that you formulated. I think you heard this somewhere from somebody and you're just parroting it. It's flimsy. We press on it and you have nothing to retort other than to repeat yourself. Microsoft's playing another game? What do you mean? If Microsoft's playing another game, then what was the ABK Activision deal for? Like, what was that deal for? What was it for? They're playing some game with DirectX? That's your argument? They're playing some bigger game? K.Cole with $5 Super Chat. Back on track, Lono. I believe I used the word monopoly as hyperbole in this YouTube chat and not in the court of law. And you picked on it to drive this caustic discussion. You were the one that made the claim. You made the claim, and then when we inquired, how do they have monopolistic power? You didn't say I was being hyperbolic. You kept going. So now what we're going to call what you're doing is it's a backpedal. When you said they had that monopoly, I said, how do they have monopolistic power? How much royalty share or licensure dollars are generated by DirectX? And you didn't answer me, but you continue to say it's ubiquitous. It's ubiquitous. And because it's ubiquitous, then they therefore have a monopoly. And I was like, that doesn't make any sense. And now you're saying, oh, I was being hyperbolic. That's a wonderful backpedal. $10 super chat from Rissick. I feel like I'm getting dumber every time he speaks. That was your claim. Why do you think everybody bristled at your claim? You postured as if Microsoft owned the Western development world and had a monopoly over the development world because of DirectX. And it's like, nobody understood what you were saying. We're like, what? How is that possible? How do they have a monopoly? You just moments ago, so you weren't being hyperbolic, you just moments ago said they own the Western development world. What you're saying is crazy. It's like, how do they own the Western development world? Because a lot of people use their free API? The deal is they own most of the Western video game industry. There you go again. You do not have the ability to rebuttal or to retort or to defend your position. You're posturing as a tennis player and you're just in a batting cage. You can just keep saying the same things over and over again. You can't hit the ball back and forth. You just keep saying the same thing over and over again. Your assertion was they have a monopoly, and now you're claiming they own the Western video game industry. When we ask you to substantiate that claim, your evidence is most studios use DirectX. That's your argument. Great. You haven't compelled anybody. No one's convinced. That's your only point. That's your only point. Your point, okay, so forget the monopoly thing. You're now claiming they own the Western gaming world. You substantiate that claim by saying most people use their API. I don't think that's compelling at all. I think that's a terrible argument. You would need more evidence than that. You need more than that. You just keep repeating that same point. Microsoft does own most of the Western game industry. This is reality. Arguing this is denying reality. Are you speaking about studios that they own? You kept defending that by saying everybody uses DirectX. Are you just talking about studios that they own, like the quantitative number of studios that they own? You seem to talk about that like, oh no, the studios that use their API, they own them. They have monopolistic power over them. Using something that doesn't equal ownership. Why defend reality? Reality asserts itself. Do they own the biggest Western studios, the most studios? Do they not license out their API to the most ubiquitous engines? This is not up for debate. What is up for debate is the benefits and consequences wherein. I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to move on. You're right. We're all wrong. Microsoft's playing a 900 IQ game that we don't understand, so you should find somewhere else to find people that are smarter than us that also believe the world is flat. I think we're wasting our time with you. You are literally just a bot. You just keep repeating the same things, and when we don't understand your point because you don't argue very well, you just claim we're not smart enough. You're just a giant distraction. We're too dumb for your level of intelligence, so go hang out somewhere else with people that understand whatever it is you're trying to communicate, because we don't get it. Hopefully you can also find a stream where people, also think the world is flat. He has no idea what DirectX is. Yeah, I mean, I have people in here that are way smarter in these departments, and they're like, yeah, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about, and I tend to trust them. So, All right, I got to do a streamer red ad for Twitch. Let's see here. This stream and segment is sponsored by The Furious. Okay, so if you guys have not seen trailers for this actually looks pretty sick. This movie looks pretty awesome, and I am considering watching it because I like these kinds of movies. So if you haven't seen this one yet, after the daughter of Wang Wei is kidnapped by a criminal network and he receives no help from the corrupt police, he sets out on a rampage to find her himself. Have you guys seen this trailer? Have you seen it? It looks really, really cool. Like, the fighting looks really, really cool. Click on it, visit the brand's website. So yeah, we've had a channel skin running on Twitch. It was like an hour ago, I think it was running, and you could have clicked on it if you guys wanted to go and check it out and check out the trailer. Here is when you can see it. It's in theaters June 12th. All right. And so you can get tickets now. All right. So this section of the stream is sponsored by The Furious. I got my ticket for it Sunday afternoon. It looks great. Okay, great. Yeah. Movie will be epic. Yeah, it looks pretty awesome. It's directed by action choreography Kenji Tanigaki, and from the producer behind Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. So I actually really like that movie. That's really old callback. But The Furious is the culmination of the martial arts action genre, with early viewers calling it an instant masterpiece. There's a stacked cast of experienced fighters as well. I could kind of tell from the trailers, like, this is going to be a lot of great fights and a lot of good choreography. I do like a good fighting movie where there's like lots of maybe not necessarily like kung fu, but martial arts. I grew up watching a lot of kung fu movies with my friend. It's face melting, it's brutal, there's innovative fights. People are saying it makes for an instant classic that over delivers on sheer adrenaline and cloud pleasing ferocity. Fans of martial arts action cinema should check this movie out. That's what they're saying. That's what they're recommending it to you, if that's what you like. And it is in theaters this Friday the 12th. So that is tomorrow. Now, I don't get to go to the theaters all that often, but when I do, these are typically the type of movies I like to go and see. Like, a lot of action, a lot of fighting, strong direction, good aesthetic. This is definitely one that if I wasn't so busy, this is definitely one that I would be checking out and going to see. Maybe The Furious will sponsor that. You know what I'm saying? Pay for my wife and I to go out, see a movie, and then we can tell you how much we enjoyed it. So again, this section of the video, as well as about an hour, we had a channel skin running on Twitch for The Furious that will be in theaters starting this weekend. Just seeing if there's anything else you guys need to know. No. And it looks like, yeah, you can use like any of those apps that allow you to buy tickets in advance. You can buy those tickets now if you would like. That can make it a little bit easier than doing it at the actual theater. It's a masterpiece, the best martial arts film of the decade, easily a top 5, if not top 3 martial arts film of all time. It's right up there with The Raid and The Raid 2. So Christopher Burnett is saying that it's like one of the top martial arts movies that he's seen. So definitely make sure and check that out. And thank you again to The Furious for sponsoring the segment. It's pretty exciting that we're getting these sponsored segments. So when you guys commit to watching daily and hanging out for the length of the streams on Twitch, that is very helpful to us. It opens a lot of those doors for us and gets us a lot of those opportunities. So thank you to everybody who has participated in Twitch today. Thank you everybody who's been watching on YouTube as well. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Let's try to get 500 likes. Fable is an action RPG. So far, we've only seen the side stuff. You mean the RPG, part of the action RPG. Yeah, some of the feedback yesterday on Fable was kind of weird. Raid and Raid 2, that's high praise. That's high praise. Yeah, I mean, that's somebody in chat giving it that praise. So, yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty cool to get that level of endorsement from Christopher Burnett. It's full-on fighting. Yeah. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon holds up. A lot of those older movies hold up. Like, I watched a lot of those like a long time ago. Dynamite Black with 35 months. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Chief Strategy Officer Matthew Ball says in an interview that Xbox is fixable. They will invest more in their big IP, cut back on niche productions. Okay, so we're already seeing then a signal of what's getting ready to happen. Let's look at this tweet from Shinobi. Xbox is fixable, says Chief Strategy Officer Matthew Ball in an interview. Will invest more in its big IP, cut back on niche productions. Now, I interpret this to mean that some of the smaller studios that make niche productions, they're potentially on the chopping block, or they could become support studios. Xbox can improve. How hard it will be or how long it will take are different questions. Again, this is him signaling days ago with Chris Dring what's happening, in the next couple of weeks and what Asha Sharma is signaling. It's difficult to articulate why someone should buy an Xbox. Exclusives help with that. Exclusives do help with that. But here's their main dilemma. I just think too much time has passed. And listen, I like Matthew Ball. I do. I think this is a big win for them. I think he does good work. So he's a big win for Xbox. If they are going to find their way, they need somebody like this that knows the ins and outs and knows the data. And this guy certainly does. He does his annual report every year, and a lot of people, cite it, use it, and read through it. But here's the thing. Here's the big giant dilemma facing them with exclusives. Too much time has passed. Who's going to go buy an Xbox now if you haven't liked them or haven't wanted to deal with them before? Boy, you disrupted my show. Tell my fans they can deal with it. All right, finish sending that and then be done, okay? That's the problem with exclusives. Like, it's hard to articulate why you should buy an Xbox, but here's the deal. The potency of why you should buy an Xbox has been so injured by the fact that they have been shipping games day and date to PC for how long? And they have made a lot of people jump ship. Now, Big Fry's in chat. Oh man, I've been wanting to have you on. Gears of War might be a reason to have you on the show, brother. Because you're not wrong. I want to play Gears co-op with my wife. I'd prefer to not go split screen. And I'm like, man, I wish I had a second Series X now. And Fry is saying, listen, I want a Series X to play Gears before E-Day, to be fair. But homie, don't you have a PC to play it on? Right? How many people are sitting right now on a pretty good PC? They drove a lot of their audience to PC. So it's like, can't they just play Gears on PC? Like, I don't think the potency is going to be strong enough to make a difference. I just don't think it is. Now, maybe Fry, you're like me. Maybe you just like gaming in the living room and you want it on the console and you don't want to fiddle with PC in the living room. That's where I am. Because I've got a 5070 sitting over here and I'm like, yeah, I just would prefer to play on the Xbox. You can't play Gears 2 and 3 on PC? Oh, I was thinking about Gears of War E-Day, though. That's what I've been thinking. I'm thinking about Gears of War E-Day. Like, if you're like, oh, I'd like to play Gears of War E-Day, I'm going to go buy an Xbox. But if they drove people to PC, then that person's just going to stay put, and they're going to be like, well, I'll just buy the game on PC. To the people that maybe are on PlayStation, or to the people that left and went to PlayStation, I can't see any of those people being compelled by Gears and Clockwork. Okay, let's flip this all the way around. When PlayStation made it clear in the recent town hall with Herman Hulst, they're no longer sending their tentpole titles to PC, what did a lot of the PC guys say? What do they say? You know where I'm going with this. They said, I'm not going to buy a PlayStation for Wolverine. I'm not going to buy a PlayStation for Saros. Here's the difference. It's not just Saros and Wolverine with PlayStation. It's their first-party tentpoles going forward. So it's Saros, it's Wolverine, it's Intergalactic, it's God of War Lao Fei. It's if they do the next mainline Uncharted or a game from Ben Studio. Whatever Guerrilla comes out with next, the next Horizon. Do you see? It's like the potency here for Xbox just doesn't seem very strong. Gears E-Day's PC 100%. That being said, if my fiance likes the couch co-op of Gears 1 through 3, we might get it there. My only concern is the frame rate on the split screen. That's my only concern is the split screen. My wife and I are like this close to having the entire map in Lego Batman completed, and the split screen experience has been pretty frustrating because it's like 30 FPS. I can't imagine Gears not having the same struggles. That split screen's just going to be a frame rate nightmare. That's why I'd much rather have 2 Xboxes in my living room. That's why I have 2 PlayStation 5 Pros in my living room. So when my wife and I played Borderlands, when we played Sworn, when we played RoboQuest, when we played Dead Zone Rogue, we were on our own consoles. I really thought it would have been great if the Lego Batman had online co-op. So I think that's the issue, is that, like, I just don't think the potency of this is going to be very strong. And here's the other real lingering problem for Xbox is they're like, oh, when we get healthier, we'll try to do some more exclusives. And it's like, if the road to getting healthier is shutting studios down and canceling projects and only focusing on your big products, how are you going to justify that? So your really, really big pieces of property that cost the most and could make the most money, you're going to limit those and not sell those on PlayStation? Do you see the problem? Like, what Matt Ball's saying here, we're going to invest in the big IPs and cut back on niche productions. Well, that right there is not a recipe for exclusivity. If you're cutting back on niche productions, your big IP, well, those are the games you're going to want to sell everywhere. An Elder Scrolls 6, for example. Imagine not selling that on PlayStation. That would seem absolutely insane because there's a massive amount of Bethesda fans on PlayStation. I mean, look how high Starfield charted, and it took 3 years to come to PlayStation. And it was at the top of the sales charts on PlayStation when it came out 3 years later. So it's like they're setting up a recipe here where I don't think the exclusive thing can continue. Because the niche productions, those are the best. I think those are your best candidates for exclusivity. It gives you a reason to stay with Xbox. It gives you a reason to be like, hey, it's worth having that box. They have games over there that I can't get anywhere else. But the big production ones, the big IP, those are the hardest ones to limit their reach because they're the most expensive to make. It's messy, but also they need to clearly revert the damage that the last 10 years have done to the brand. It's going to be messy. I still feel like what they're doing is they're buying time. As they evolve into a publisher and they're less platform-centric, I think this is all just buying time. They're trying to slow down the exodus. They don't want people to leave. I think they're buying time. Gears is a tactical decision. It's like they knew this news, they knew these layoffs, they knew the studio closures, whatever it is that's about to happen. They knew they needed to give people a reason, like, hold on now. Don't leave yet. Don't leave Xbox yet. You got to come here for Gears. And the other thing they're saying too is they can't make enough Xboxes to keep up with demand. If this even works and it gets people to start, wanting Xboxes or what have you, it's like they can't even meet the demand. It's like you're creating a scenario that just doesn't even seem tenable. Once again, I always feel like there's another plan going on beneath the surface with Xbox. They say this, they get everybody to look at this, and the reality is something far different. To me, they are signaling we're evolving into a publisher. They're going to start having other people make their hardware. That seemed clear in the Asha Sharma memo. People have speculated about that being a reality for a while. Like, they're going to have other people make the hardware. If they start doing that and they're less platform-centric, exclusives don't serve a purpose at all at that point. Fast forward in 5 years, if they're not really making a central console that is subsidized and sold for like $500 in the market, if they're not doing that, and they've got their own Helix, and they've got Helixes being made by Asus and other companies, and it's basically a PC for your living room, what purpose does an exclusive serve at that point? It's a PC game. It's a PC game. What do you mean exclusive? You got to come to Xbox to play it. No, you don't. You just need a PC to play it. The term won't make any sense at that point, especially if you say console exclusive. The man thing isn't even true, TBH. I can buy an Xbox on Amazon right now. I thought that was weird when they said that. I was like, if I wanted a Series X right now, I could get one. Like, what are they talking about? I still think E-Day will end up on PlayStation. We've talked about that a lot too. Gears of War E-Day doesn't even make sense to make it exclusive because it's an ongoing game. It's already on the storefront. There's going to be seasons and season passes. That's a live service game. I read that differently. It sounded like they don't like relying on offers on others for components. She even said they need to be more self-reliant. It sounds like investing in manufacturing. When she said self-reliant, I thought she was talking about the cloud. Where is that? Here we go. Our current platform infrastructure is not built for the battle ahead. Our systems are overly complex, spanning hundreds of dependencies, which hinders our ability to move fast. We have become too reliant on vendors to operate our systems and must become more self-reliant as an engineering culture to build for the future. We must increase the value we ship to players while decreasing the time it takes to do so. Going forward, we'll evolve and rebuild our stack and look at the capabilities across all of Xbox and potential M&A to help us win in hardware, PC, mobile, and streaming. Yeah, I don't know if she's specifically talking about hardware here, and vendors. She could be. She talked elsewhere about right here. This, she's talking about hardware. This is where my mind goes. We are in a hardware component crisis when I joined CEO. So she talks about how the price keeps going up, blah, 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 blah. While the entire industry is facing a component crisis, we believe we have been impacted more greatly than many of our peers due to the choices we made over the past half decade. We are currently unable to make as many consoles as players want to buy, and we need a new business model and partnerships for hardware as we remain committed to Helix. This is where I see them saying, yeah, we're gonna have people making the hardware for us. She's saying we need a new business model and we need partnerships for hardware. So they want to bring the Helix to the market, but they're thinking about a completely different business model as well as partnerships in order to make that become a reality. This, to me, signals something I felt for a long time. They want out of hardware. They don't want to continue to make hardware. So, I don't know. I could be misreading this, and your read on the other section could be them saying, we need to be more self-reliant and create our own production pipelines so that we can make our own hardware. But it sounded like, to me, she was talking about the full-stack approach to development. Like, they can't make things and changes fast enough, and they need to be more self-reliant and stop relying on vendors for stuff like that. I just don't know. That's fair, too. I wonder if they start pivoting into cloud streaming. The biggest danger with cloud streaming for them is that they don't have the infrastructure for that either. They don't have the infrastructure for it. I mean, they have their Azure services, but that's for B2B. Their own cloud streaming, they had to start capping people and stuff. I don't know. I don't know if they can pivot everybody to cloud either. The internet infrastructure in America especially is just not in a great spot. So if your internet in your neighborhood's not great, or it's oversold, or you don't have great routing, your experience with cloud gaming is going to be pretty crappy. More from the Matt Ball interview. Xbox presence is smaller in the EU and Japan. PC is the most popular. Windows is where the world plays, so we encourage players to do so in those markets. I don't know if Xbox can ever get a foothold in China, but China is a PC market where if they could get a foothold there, they could really start to see some growth. The world doesn't have that infrastructure if these companies go there en masse. Yeah, exactly. And again, our internet infrastructure is so woefully behind in America. It's like you're going to have a really hard time convincing your American-based Xbox audience to start playing on the cloud all of the time. They're going to have one bad experience, one laggy match of Call of Duty, and they're going to be like, frick this. Now, it is way better. I played Mouse PI over the cloud on my PlayStation Portal in Florida. I got my brother-in-law's Wi-Fi extender set up, and the internet was really fast, and it was great. But it still would glitch, once a play session. It wasn't too bad. But, it's very, very connection dependent. It's a new PvE mode called Horde Siege Online. Yeah, that Horde mode and PvP in Gears feels like ripe territory for ongoing content and a great way for them to make live service dollars. So again, I find it strange that they've decided to make Gears of War a console exclusive, because it's a perfect launching pad for them into live service revenue. I don't know. They're working hard to rethink Helix, make things more affordable, new business models. Here again, it's reiterated, Fry. They're rethinking Helix, more affordable, new business models. Now, one of the new business models we threw out there is, what if you paid $50 a month for Game Pass Ultimate, and the extra $30 was you slowly paying off your Helix? Like the way when you buy an iPhone now. That could be one of the business models they go to. You do a little credit check, and they're like, okay, your Game Pass Ultimate, hardware subscription is going to be $55 for the next 2 years, and over the next 2 years, you're going to be paying off your new Helix. And again, they could also, if they're trying to make it more affordable, they could also tap other manufacturers to make like weaker ones, right? Good Lord. Well, I mean, look at what happened with iPhones. They got so expensive that was one of the best ways to get people to buy an iPhone. Oh, well, it'll just increase your cell phone bill for $20 a month for the next 2 years, or however much ends up being. I'm good on that BS. Yeah, I mean, I think they're considering everything, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're considering something like that. Console is growing, not dying. No desire to move away from console. Well, that's awfully weird. I thought we were told by people for the last 3 years that console market was dying and that exclusives were archaic. Man, that's so weird. It's almost like whenever I would refute that point by pointing to the MAU growth of PlayStation, how do you get MAU records, monthly active user records for PlayStation if the console market's dying? Oh, how's Nintendo doing? Oh, well, they're on pace with the Switch 1. That's crazy. They're 45% ahead of the Switch 1 in North America, even though they had to lower their expectations, but they're still ahead. Oh, we also really even haven't seen the PlayStation take hold in the Chinese market with the China Hero project either, a market untapped by consoles for the last 20 years. Consoles are not, they're growing. They're not dying, guys. Isn't that weird? I agree with the live service argument, Lono. Makes even more sense when you look at Helldivers 2, and honestly, if Arrowhead was first party, I doubt Helldivers would have come to Xbox. Too close to home. Yeah, probably. This is Senua. Ooh, I want to read this. I really do think that Hellblade 2 was a mistake, and they're course correcting. This is Senua. Full action-adventure gameplay, balanced mix of combat, traversal, and puzzle solving, not cinematic walking sim. Deeper tactical combat, fight multiple enemies, stealth options, verticality, environmental interactions, expanded weapons and dual wielding, pick up axes, torches, throwable weapons, dual wield the sword, focus abilities, reality-shattering powers usable in combat, puzzles and traversal for crowd control and exploration, interconnected world. It's 2 times larger than Hellblade 2, semi-open linear map with exploration and secrets, improved traversal, snappier movement, climbing, vaulting, jumping, and vertical space, boss fights, boss encounters against mythical beings. This again, it sounds like they went back to what made Hellblade 1 so good and made that better, and completely moved away from what they did in Hellblade 2. I think people are going to play Hellblade. I think people are going to play Senua, and they're going to see exactly what the frick I was talking about when I said Hellblade 2 was like a glorified QuickTime event every time you were fighting. Standalone story. This time Ninja Theory is using the entire studio team to develop the game, and it's coming in 2027. I'm here to tell you, I think they went full on Hellblade 2, and everything was mocapped, and it just led to a very, very not great experience in the game itself. Many Xbox influencers went into the console dying theme also. Listen. This is what happens when you don't do market analysis and you just repeat talking points. You might end up saying something really stupid. Like, consoles are dying and not growing. Remember what I said. The only reason people were saying that was because Phil Spencer said it. They weren't saying it because they did market analysis. They weren't looking at the MAU growth, the projections, and what, PlayStation was trying to do in the Chinese market. They weren't looking at Nintendo and the Switch 2. They weren't looking at any of that. Yeah, Phil said it, so consoles are dying. Oh, exclusives are archaic? Oh, Sarah Bond said exclusives are archaic. Yep, exclusives are archaic. They're going away. Look how quickly it all changes. Now, all of a sudden, consoles aren't dying and exclusives are back. Oh. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? It's absolutely remarkable. This is why you always go with your conviction. You go with your true conviction informed by analysis, and people weren't doing that. They were just parroting what Xbox was saying. When they started demonizing exclusives and calling them anti-consumer, it was like, I literally said that's what was going to happen. I was like, they're going to start demonizing exclusives. And then here comes Phil Spencer. I don't know who it helps having Helldivers not on Xbox. Oh, there it is. And then what do they all start doing? They all started saying that exclusives were bad. Reforged Gaming discovers sheep mentality, 2026 colorized. Oh, I'm still zoomed. Here's why it frustrated me. It was worse than just sheep mentality or mob mentality. It was so manipulative. It was I felt like you had willing participants within gaming press pushing forward these notions, instead of pressing upon it and questioning it. You know what I mean? Oh, isn't this interesting? Wow. This is really interesting. Here's how PlayStation Studios games from the past year have sold on PS5. Ghost of Yotei has been a resounding success for Sony since launching. It amassed 4.8 million copies sold. That's really weird. Isn't this the same outfit that reported Yotei was selling slower than Tsushima and looking like it didn't do very well? That's really weird. Oh, that's just so strange. I thought Yotei was doing poorly. They are still claiming that Saros, the outfit, just to be consistent in the reporting here, he is claiming that Saros has only sold 406,000 copies. Now, we don't have any data from Sony or Circana to back that up. We still don't have the official sales reports on Saros. So, it's tough after all this time to be like, well, you initially did the same thing with Yotei, and now you're saying it was a resounding success. And you're doing the same thing. You're initially making it seem like, yep, Saros didn't sell well enough. And I feel like when the data falls and everything settles, it'll be like, no, Saros sold just fine. Saros was never expected to be a chart topper like a Yotei or a Spider-Man. I saw streamers who exclusively play one game all the time play Yotei. I'm enjoying Yotei. The thing that impressed me the most about Yotei is I really felt like they improved on the combat system so much. It really, because the combat and the fighting were very, very, very good. It was I thought it was very, very good in Tsushima. I really feel like they leveled it up and improved it in Yotei. I liked it quite a bit. On the subject of Saros, I think Saros really improved on everything that Returnal did as well. I don't know if they can go beyond how good Saros is, though. I don't know. I think Housemarque's next game won't be like that. Like I've said, says Kirk, I think your shrewd observational and analytical skills cause you to think these gaming commentators are in on it, but I think they are just unaware they're being used by Xbox as pundits. What's interesting about that, Kirk, is I made that observation at one point where, and I like Jez Corden, and I said, Jez, you should have felt like Phil kind of used you. When Phil did that interview and said, we have no plans to put Game Pass on PlayStation and Nintendo, that felt like he used you and your outlet to calm everybody down by dodging the real question. Now, whether or not you want to have a go at Jez, like you should have asked harder questions, okay, you can do that, but I still felt like, man, you kind of got used there. And to everybody else, I don't know how much I would say they're being used. They have access to the same data that we have. They have access to the same reports. And it's like, instead of questioning what Phil says, you just are like, oh no, yeah, Phil said it, so it's true. That's my frustration. That's not being used. That's having a lack of discernment. It's like you're not trying to be critical or pick claims apart. Like when Jim Ryan said we're going to have 12 live service games by 2026. I wasn't like, yeah, well, he said it's going to happen. I was like, yeah, right. I was like, yeah, right, that's not going to happen. That's too many. Gaming Grindhouse. It's bootleg Jez. That's right. Sorry. What about leveraging WoW subscriptions into Game Pass? How would they leverage that? So, what I think they could do with that, Fry, is I think they should consider a la carte, but if they're going to do a la carte, they're going to have to lock you in. Like, let's say you were like, hey, I want WoW, I want this first party batch or this thing or that thing or the third, and you like put together your own version of Game Pass. I think they'd have to say, hey, whenever you do this, we're going to lock you and the price in for 6 months, 12 months, or what have you. You can't let people do a la carte and then cancel a month later. So they could leverage WoW in an a la carte system where you like add that in. So you've got kind of like a cable package where you've got like all this stuff, but they'd have to lock you in. They'd have to, at the bare minimum, be like, no, for you're buying this 6 months at a time. They might not even make it monthly. They can't make it monthly. They have to basically make you pay for it annually or something. Sounds like a subscription nightmare. But if you've got people willing to do it and they want WoW on console and they're willing to pay for the subscription, it's like, let them, but you'd have to be like, yeah, you're paying for this annually. Is there culpability for having lack of discernment, though, for trusting your friends who work at Xbox? Well, I'll say this, Kirk. I'll say this. I am not in the business of wanting to go out here and receipt pull a bunch of these people, but this was my observation. They would repeat everything Phil said. Anybody that argued against it or questioned it was labeled as a console warrior or a hater or being negative. My frustration was never with like, hey, how dare you be trusting of Phil? It was, well, if you question it, you're a hater. You're console warring. I do feel like this is just my observation. I experienced this myself. Now, I invited some of it with my ferocity and the way that I communicate. I certainly invited it. But there was 100% what felt like a concerted effort to make it seem like you question Daddy Phil and you question these talking points, you're defending your plastic box. You're just console warring. And it's like, what? Yeah, Brap's in chat. I saw it happen to Brap. It happened to me. You would just do analysis and ask questions or talk about the business side of things. And it's like, and then you would get labeled a console warrior. And it's like, what? They're doing it again? Of course. Of course. You dismiss anybody that questions or receipt pulls as a console warrior. Yo, thank you, Marvin, for using your Prime over there on Purple, man. I appreciate it. Guys, double check that you've hit the like button on YouTube. Likes help, and they're free. If you hit the like button on YouTube, it doesn't cost a thing, and it really does help out a video. That's my frustration with it. It was never just this like, you know what? I'm just trusting Phil on this. I think Phil is giving us the truth. It was, oh well, you're console warring. You're just being negative. You want an open forum for scrutiny, examination, and debate. It makes sense. Right, and I felt like it was always repackaged as either whataboutisms of Sony or like you're a Sony pony or you're doing console war. Like, I'll never act like I'm blameless. I don't think I covered ABK. I don't think I handled the increased attention. I didn't handle it very well, but I was commonly clipped and misframed, castigated and attacked by people who got things so consistently wrong. And it was like, and now we're all just supposed to be like, oh, yep, consoles aren't dying, consoles are growing, exclusives are good again. And it's like, what? Thank you for the $2, Bam. How long can Xbox do their current strategy for? I have no idea. I mean, until they go through this restructuring in July, it's really hard to make any predictions about anything. The core Xbox consumer has fostered an environment where Xbox can be mediocre. They never ask for better. Now it's Mommy Asha knows all. There's just a lot of takes out here, and it's like I don't even want to read them and interact with them. I've got one right in front of me, and it's whataboutisms about PlayStation and Bungie, and I don't even want to read it because it always is going to get repackaged into you're attacking people, you're being toxic, you're being a console warrior. So it's like I just don't do it anymore. It's like, yeah, I'm not going to receipt pull, but I'm going to sit here and do what I think is good analysis of Microsoft's missteps this entire time. And I'm going to consistently talk about how this always had less to do with Xbox. It always had less to do with Phil Spencer. It was always far more of a problem with respect to Microsoft. If Microsoft can't get out of the way, it doesn't matter. You can do this restructuring. You can take your studios to the threshing floor. You can lay people off. You can shut studios off. It doesn't matter if you still have your 18-month contract policy in place. It doesn't matter if you're still doing that. It doesn't matter if you continue to prize cadence over quality. If you're like, well, we got to ship games to keep them out there. We got to keep a presence. It's not going to matter if you're like, well, we have to leverage our big IPs, and put them everywhere. And then you put your Xbox studios in a bind where they're like, oh my gosh, we have to make these games for every single platform. Sony had multiple mishaps as well. What the frick does that matter with the current conversation? It has nothing to do with Microsoft, and they're completely different mistakes. They're not applicable. They're not applicable. When Sony has had mishaps, I've criticized them for that. The way they tried to implement PSN on Steam, stupid, disruptive. It hurt their presence on Steam and hurt their sales. Their efforts in live service, stupid, bullish, wrong-headed, wasteful of time and resources. I've been critical of all those things. That doesn't have a hoot and a holler to do with what we're talking about today. Microsoft's mistakes have been longer running and self-inflicted. They have been. And listen, if you can't set up these studios to flourish, then none of this matters. The best case scenario, this is the best case scenario. Get rid of the 18-month contract policy and set these studios up to flourish. You want to know what one of the best ways to set these studios up to flourish is? Make the games exclusive first. Code to the metal. Make them as awesome as you possibly can on PC, because they said in GDC they're going to prioritize developing for PC first. Make them there and then port them later. You can start to foster a reason to come into your ecosystem and buy your hardware. You can also help your developers bring product to market faster, bring product to market at a higher quality, and then you can port it to PlayStation later. And PlayStation's huge, 100 million consoles strong, plenty of people to buy your game later. That's the path forward. I'm telling you, if you want a recipe for success, you want games to come out at a better quality, at a better cadence, that's how you do it. You got to get rid of the 18-month contract policy, and you got to start making games for a smaller scope. You must. If you go to all these Xbox studios and you say, yeah, the 18-month contract policy is still in place. Oh, and by the way, you need to make your game for the Xbox, the PlayStation, and the Switch too. Just pack it the frick up and go home. You're going to have games that take way too long to come out. They're not going to be at quality. They're not going to be at a high caliber. And we're going to be having the same conversation in 5 years when more studios need to be closed down. I think that's the recipe for their success. They can't afford to not put their games on other platforms, but they can leverage timed exclusivity to take two birds out with one stone. You can bring exclusivity, you can make your ecosystem and your platform likable again. You can also shrink scope and development bandwidth to get the games made faster. Just make them for PC. Make them for PC. Stop making games for all platforms at the same time. It's taken too long. And, I'm going to say it, stop making games for the Series S and the X. You got to start greenlighting projects now for PC. You got to right now say in 5 years, Series X and X, they're deprecated. They don't matter. We need to be loving games for PC. Win ground on sales on Steam with excellent games. Look at the way games go viral on Steam and look how many copies you can sell on Steam. If you make a killer game on Steam, you can make a lot of money. And then bring them to PlayStation later. AOZ with 46 months in a VIP. Why is it when Xbox is being talked about, people come in and talk about Sony? Xbox and Sony are best friends now. Sony is okay with Xbox keeping some games to let their players feel special. Let me add one to the total. A $5 super chat from Bam. If Halo Fable sells better on PlayStation 5 because there's no Game Pass over there, do you think that's not going to do day one on Game Pass? Oh, what do you think about not doing day one on Game Pass? I think day one on Game Pass is going to get slowly deprecated. I think day one Game Pass is going to slowly get deprecated. Call of Duty's just the first blast. They're just going to slowly stop putting their biggest budget titles on. Listen to what Matt Ball said. They want to focus on their bigger IPs. How can you focus on your bigger IPs and also do exclusivity and also do Game Pass and make money? Like, it doesn't work. The calculus doesn't work. Your bigger IPs. Your bigger IPs, the ones that are going to take the most, the ones that could generate the most revenue and sell the most copies, you're going to put them on Game Pass day one? You're still going to do this? No. Day one Game Pass is going to drift. It's going to drift out of the frame. Call of Duty opened Pandora's box. It did. The door is wide open for them to do it. They took their biggest piece of first-party property off of day one Game Pass. More games will follow suit. Write it down. You know it's coming. You know it. You can feel it in your bones. You know they're going to do it. It costs them too much money. Asha made that clear in the memo. It costs them too much money to put their big budget products on Game Pass day and date. It doesn't work. All these years we've been told it's profitable and good business sense. And anybody with business acumen was like, how? How does this make sense? You're burning through cash to make games and then you don't make people buy them? It's crazy. The data-driven approach that they're talking about will show the day one Microsoft games performing far better on PlayStation sales-wise. Game Pass wasn't on Game Pass day one. They added 2 or 1 year ago. No, it was day one Game Pass. What do you mean? They did it 2 years. They did it twice, brother. Both times that Call of Duty went to Game Pass day one, both years they raised the price of Ultimate before it happened. When they raised the price of Ultimate and they moved day and date to Ultimate, that was the first year Call of Duty was coming to Game Pass day one. And then the next year we learned that they lost like $300 million. And then they did it again. They raised the price of Ultimate when? Right before Call of Duty came out because it was going to Game Pass day one. Because they knew people would sign up and cancel just to play Call of Duty. And so they're like, well, we're going to make them pay a little bit more if they're going to do that. Now, when they did all this, they started driving people away from Game Pass. Now, the reason they did the 50% price increase on Game Pass, raised it by $10 whole, was because they were price anchoring. They knew they needed to take Call of Duty off of Game Pass day one, and that's how they did it. They did it with price anchoring. They said, well, we'll raise the price of Game Pass by $10. Everybody will get really mad. They'll unsubscribe. We'll say, hey, we're sorry. We're lowering the price of Game Pass Ultimate to $23 instead of $30. They did a $3 inflationary price increase, which all other subscription services did. They got people to celebrate it, and then they removed their biggest piece of property. I'm saying COD wasn't always on Game Pass. Okay. What did putting Call of Duty on Game Pass demonstrate? They just added it. I don't know what you mean by they just added it. They did it 2 years. That's not recent. That's not yesterday. That's 2 years, Incredible Black. Beyond that, we have concrete evidence that it's too expensive and costly. That is something that we said for years. It's too expensive. You're putting your games on Game Pass day one? Bobby Kotick said it was value destructive. It's why they always avoided Game Pass with Call of Duty. Jim Ryan said it was value destructive. Jim Ryan said that the publishers he spoke to said it was value destructive. And then in walks Call of Duty, and they're like, yeah, it's value destructive. We lost tons of money. We can't do that. What do you think happens when you do that with other property that's not as big? It still scales down. It's just less money. That's not long enough to get butthurt about it? I mean, if you're explaining why people weren't super mad, I think people were so desperate for prices to go down, they were like, that's fine. We don't like Call of Duty anyway. So the game that they celebrated getting on Game Pass became the enemy, just like Sarah Bond and Phil Spencer went from being saviors to the enemy. The fact that S is their best-selling hardware definitely matters if they want to continue selling hardware, which Asha says they do. They can't make games that don't work on hardware they actually sell. It all boils down to profit and lack thereof. Call of Duty demonstrates what we had been saying for years. The money spent to develop games is so expensive that when you put them on Game Pass day one, it is so value destructive. It's not a tenable business strategy. It's not. The number one thing that publishers and developers want, the number one thing, they want sales. It was antithetical to the entire market and how the market sits and moves. So that's why I say, so here's the thing. When I say day one Game Pass will eventually go away, I'm not saying that to fearmonger. It's a prediction based on the pattern and the data. The pattern and the data is, if a game is really expensive to make and you put it on Game Pass, Xbox ends up losing money in that deal. So, since they took Call of Duty off, they're likely going to start doing that with other property as well. I think that's a fair prediction. I do. I think that's fair to say. It's like, yeah, they're definitely going to do that with other property. It's too expensive. They lose too much money. What's Asha Sharma been saying? What's she been saying? We have hard decisions to make. This is going to be tough. This is going to be a hard time. It's not just closing studios down. It's not just laying people off. It's going to be very, very disappointing realities like, yeah, we have to get rid of day one on Game Pass. We have to get rid of it. We can't sustain the business doing this. You can't start a buffet and make the options all lobster and steak. You can't make money that way. That's right. You can't talk about like we're gonna reinvest, circle the studios, we're gonna focus on our big franchises and our big IPs, and start taking all that property and throwing it on Game Pass day one and skipping Xbox. You can't. It doesn't work. The calculus doesn't work. It hasn't worked all these years, and we're now seeing that it doesn't work. We've said it doesn't work. We said there's no way this is profitable. We were told that we were hating. We were told that we were being tribalistic. Now we all find out that we were right. Well, wouldn't that mean then that the predictive powers are the people that have been right all these years? Maybe you should trust it and think like, yeah, they probably are going to do some of this. I do have to say, for all of Microsoft's missteps, good for them to finally acknowledge their issues and try to correct them. Their new strategy may not work, but I'm hopeful that they're successful and can produce great games. You want to know why I'm a little pissed off at Microsoft, though, for this? You want to know why? They've been throwing money at this division ineffectively for a really long time. And now, the road to fixing it is you could spend a bunch of more money to fix this. You could. You could spend a bunch of more money, reinvest in your studios, shore up talent, get rid of your dumb contract policy, and start making great games. And instead, they're like, no, just start downsizing, lay people off, close studios, circle the wagons, focus on the big IPs. It's like, you freaking idiots. You idiots. You could have done this 5 years ago. You could have done this 10 years ago. You could have course corrected. You could have spent all this money in a different way. It's frustrating. It's like, you guys have been burning cash. Well, burn cash for another 5 years and turn all these studios around. That's what's irritating about it. It's like, you guys have been doing this all this time. It hasn't been working. And now you're like, well, yeah, now that we know all the woes and the problems and the missteps, oh, yeah, we'll fix it now, but we're going to have to lay a bunch of people off and shut studios down to get there. It's like, oh my gosh. Ryan Gasling, thanks so much for jumping back in. We're 10 away from 375, where I owe you guys a member. It's still a great model for indie. Money straight in their pocket is a guaranteed ROI, and the exposure those games get is very dev and publisher friendly. It's just a question of the Xbox benefit. I personally think there was a better middle ground, Kirk, and they were one of the ones that used to do it, which is why it's so frustrating that they lost their way. A better deal for indie games on Game Pass would have been to foster an ecosystem of purchase by saying, hey, indie title, I tell you what we'll do. We're going to give you a lump sum to include you in our Game Pass system. And when we do that, that gives people the option to play your game as a trial. And then if they like it, they can purchase it. Okay? Now, the reason we're going to pay you a lump sum is that trial could end up having a negative effect on sales. It could, and we want to compensate you for that. What that would have done is it would have given those indie studios influx of cash, which is nice, but it also would have given the culture itself an opportunity to flourish and grow around games that are really popular. Think about games that take off and go viral, and then everybody's like, oh, you got to go try it, you got to go buy it, right? Steam does this all the time. Think about a game like Hi-Fi Rush. Think about games that kind of went viral and everybody's talking about it. Well, if that game was sitting in Game Pass as a trial, everybody that tries it and likes it buys it. And then that revenue goes to both Xbox as well as that studio. Do you see? There was a better middle ground. I kept telling people, I said this 4 years ago, I was like, if you want to foster an ecosystem of purchase, that's the way you do it. In the Xbox 360 era, I bought countless games because they were in the Xbox arcade and I could try them and they'd be like, hey, did you like this? Great. Do you want to buy it? Yes. And I did. I did it with Crimson Alliance. I did it with Gatling Gears. There were a number of games my wife and I tried out. Now, there were games that we didn't buy because we didn't like them. But that was the middle ground. That could have helped indie games find more success on the Xbox platform, as well as it would have saved Xbox money because you've been giving less to the indie studios. You'd have been giving them less because you're not giving their game away. You could have done the same thing with bigger companies and third-party studios. Yeah, was it better for Outriders? Right. Like Outriders, a similar situation. There were people that tried the beta of Outriders and really liked it. And guess what they would have done? They would have bought the game. Nobody wants to pay a monthly subscription for trials, though. That doesn't have the appearance of value, equitable to monthly charge in the current subscription economy. Trials and demos should be free. I don't agree. Yeah, I see it completely differently. I see it as that's how people use Game Pass anyway. That's how people use Game Pass anyway. They use it to try out games. They do. You're literally giving people the same value point that they've always had. And then if like, but I really, really want to finish the game. What do you think would have been more damaging to Game Pass? To convert it more into something like that where it fosters an ecosystem of purchase or whatever the frick they've been doing the last 5 years, which is paying through the nose, losing money, and then having to raise prices on the subservice. Like you know what I'm saying? It's like, yes, people would have initially been ticked off, and there certainly is room for putting games on there. I'm not saying that's all Game Pass would be, by the way. I'm not saying that's all it would be. You would still put your first-party property on Game Pass. You would just do it later. You would do it 6 months later, or what have you. Game Pass would still have a value of, it's a catalog of games that you can play that you don't have to buy. It would still have that value. But a brand new indie title, you can try it out. You like it, buy it. I also said they should have started fostering that ecosystem of purchase by saying, oh yeah, not only can you try the games and then like buy them because you know you got to try them and you like them, so you're a more satisfied customer. If you are a subscriber to Game Pass, you can try and buy the game an entire week early. A whole week early. So what you do is you turn that into like this, like it's like a commodity. It's like a feature. It's like a perk. It's like oh wow, I can subscribe to Game Pass and get early access on basically a litany of games as they come out. It doesn't have the optics of value. I don't agree. I think that's immense value. People wouldn't sub on principle. Forget them. Look at the number of people that have subbed and look at the number of people who buy games every year annually on PlayStation and Steam, and look at what Xbox could have fostered and done. They literally could have gotten all the people that like to buy games to sub to the service, to have a catalog of games they could play, but to also get to early access and to also get into games quicker, and they can try the games before they buy them. There are more people buying games and sitting on that sub service. Those people would found it more winsome. Do you see? They had a race to the bottom. It was like, well, we're going to race to the bottom. We're going to appeal to people who want to spend the least amount of money in the environment. They just want to buy the subservice and play games. They don't want to buy games. They should have been fostering the culture and the Game Pass value offer and directed it towards the people who buy games and build a library. Like, Phil Spencer's talking about how digital library continuity is so important, and then they fostered an environment where nobody's creating a digital library. The people aren't creating digital libraries. I'm telling you, it's a bunch of self-inflicted wounds. That's what's so frustrating about it. And who's going to pay the price? Studios and employees. Are you saying that you wouldn't have to sub to pay a sub cost to access the trials? I might be misunderstanding you. Okay. What Game Pass should have been is something more similar to PlayStation Plus, where it's a catalog of games that every month is getting games added to it, and you can just play those games, okay? You never should have done day and date with your big first-party titles, and you shouldn't do day and date with indie titles. Why? You're encouraging people to see games as not valuable. They're just part of a subservice. Why would I buy a game? It completely inverted the value funnel in their mind. Now the value isn't the game. The value is the subservice. They're a fan of Game Pass. They're not a fan of the games. Do you see? You've flipped it around. You have them fixated on Game Pass instead of being like, oh, games are valuable. Games are worth purchasing. So what you could have done with indie titles is say, hey, we'd love to make your game available on Game Pass as a trial day and date. So when your game comes out, you get an influx of our sub funnel of people trying your game. So you get games all the time. You're like, oh, this is great. The catalog is constantly getting updated every month, but they're not day and date. You would have used day and date as something to stoke the fires of purchase. They had the whole thing backwards from jump. It's like in any negotiation, they gave away so much right at the beginning, and people are like, day and date? Oh my gosh, this is amazing. Well, now you can't take it back. It's like they went so hard, they went so full on it, and it was like, well, you can't take that back now. They approached it all wrong. It's like, no, the subservice should have been a catalog that regularly gets updated. You could even engage that indie company and say, hey, we'll put you on day and date, and then, people can play these trials, and then they might buy your game. But part of this clause, this is where Xbox is negotiating, part of this clause is your game goes onto the subservice 6 months later. Sales trajectories tend to taper off at that point. So 6 months later, we want your indie title to be in our catalog. That adds value to their catalog, and it gives them negotiating power in the deal. Like, hey, we're going to throw your game on there day and date as a trial, and then people can buy it. And then 6 months later, we want your game to go into our catalog. So now you're paying that indie title less money, so Xbox saves. They're not paying through the nose. And anybody who buys it, that money goes to the studio and to Xbox. They didn't foster an environment where everybody wins. They fostered an environment where only they were going to win, but then they started putting their own stuff on there and started buying big pieces of property and putting it on there. And what happened? They were burning through cash at such a rate that it became untenable. Zubair says, as I said before, you have to have no subs for 2 years. You need a bright line, clean break so customers aren't confused. Dumb it down all the way to no subs at all. I'm not sure what you mean by that. There have been some Zero Connection. There have been some studios who have come out and said Game Pass was great for them. There have been others that have come out and said it wasn't. It's a bit case by case. So, again, the issue was they fostered an environment where the expectation was just absurd. It's like, hey, that company over there, Fazoli's does free breadsticks. Yeah, that's a really great value add that people can get when they go there. Why don't we do free ribeyes? It's like, what did you say? Like, You know what I mean? It was like applying the principle of like what other businesses were doing, and they just went so much further. So much further that it ended up being damaging. I think they conceived of this at a time when Netflix was seeing an insane amount of growth, and they thought, if we can mimic that and have that level of growth, this is going to be amazing. Like if they would have hit thresholds of like, 100 million subscribers or what have you, this would work. The volume would make up the difference because you'd be making so much money per month. Those 100 million people would not all be playing every single big title that comes out. That's where subservices tip over and start to just rake in the cash, because it's like, oh my gosh, 100 million people, the volume would cover you. The volume, the revenue generation from that level of volume would be absurd every 30 days. But the volume didn't come. They plateaued, and that's when things started to look very, very bad. It was like, oh no, we overpromised here. We have 20 to 30 million people convinced that they should be getting big, huge budget titles, on Game Pass, and that's just $0. They don't have to buy them. It's like, oh my golly. And many of us kept saying, this doesn't seem like it's tenable. This doesn't seem like this is going to work. And we were constantly dismissed, and now we're literally hearing straight from Asha's mouth, yeah, this hasn't been working. And it's like, okay, nobody's surprised. Nobody's even remotely surprised by this. They want to give Valor Mortis some room to breathe. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of games that bump. I actually think there's going to be a lot of game titles that go a little bit earlier in September. There's going to be three things that are going to happen. They'll either go a little bit earlier in September, like first and second week. They'll move to October, or they'll just delay to next year. And they'll try to land in February or March. There's going to be a lot of games that are going to do that. September is going to go through a bit of a shakeup, and it's already starting with Valor Mortis. There'll be other titles that do it. They're all waiting right now to kind of watch and see, because all those trailers and all those showcases, that stuff gets debated, negotiated, and published and created internally at these studios months in advance. And then everybody hits the market with their trailers, and they're all Spider-Man memeing, like pointing at each other like, you too. Oh my gosh, September 24th, September 25th. We all picked the same week. Holy shoot. What are we going to do? Tons won't sell. Hidden Seiryu with the 10 bomb steals the milestone of 375. I owe 3 members to YouTube. I tell you what, why don't you guys just get this thing to 400 and I'll just drop a 5 bomb. Let's just call it a day with that, huh? I owe you guys 3. I'll give you a bonus one if we can get it to the 400. We're real quick here, though. We're over 4 hours. We've been going for a while here. All of this was predictable, clear, and obvious. How did we get here? Nobody in the room at Xbox said no bad idea for day and date. Here's the thing. Day and Date was born at a time when I think their confidence in the ability to grow the subservice was just too high. What did we say about PlayStation's live service efforts? They were too bullish. They were too ambitious, and it hurt them. I think the same can be said about Xbox. They were too bullish. They really thought, oh no, yeah, this is going to be so value laden, nobody will be able to say no to it. And then come to find out, because the volume didn't match the cost, they started to just lose. Lono, can you tell me why November would be off limits for mostly PC games, as that platform won't even be able to get access to GTA 6 and needs the void to be filled? Why not release there and then? That's an excellent question. The issue's not just about whether or not people can buy GTA 6 for PC. It's about the attention economy that we live in. GTA 6 will be eclipsing. It'll be very difficult to get your game's marketing, trailers, or attention in front of anybody. It'll be very, very difficult. It'd almost be like, oh, why does it matter if there's some big band doing a show down there on the waterfront? We're going to be over here in our little shack having our own concert. And it's like, I don't think you understand. The sound system from that concert's going to be so loud, it'll drown out whatever you try to do. Even though you're over here and you appeal to a very different audience, it doesn't matter. The attention economy that we live in, one of the reasons October is so dry is everybody is just assuming that October is going to be a barrage of GTA 6 marketing that will make it very difficult for anybody to pay attention to you. It's not just about, oh, but we're on PC. It's about, yeah, but you need people to pay attention to you. You need people to buy your game. You need people to see your trailer and to do a wish list or a pre-order. Well, homie, that's really hard to do if they're watching a GTA 6 trailer or a gameplay breakdown or the 19th video from their favorite YouTuber that's like, what's up, guys? Brand new information about GTA 6. You're going to be able to build your own yacht. And it's like, it's going to be extremely difficult to get attention on your game during October and November. December will also be a bit of a bloodbath if they launch GTA Online. It's going to be tough. It's going to be very, very tough. Concord cost Sony about $500 million. False and untrue. That's been falsely reported 10 times over. The claims came from Colin Moriarty, and if you actually go look at his claims, $250 million in funding was procured by Firewalk before they were even purchased by Sony, which means of the $500 million that gets thrown around, 250 of that million didn't come from Sony. There was another form of, like, I think it was like the largest Series A funding round, a second round of Series A funding that took place to the tune of about $200 to $250 million. And that equals the $500 million. We do not know how much Sony actually spent within the publishing deal, acquisition, and funding of Concord. But at the very least, there's about $200 to $250 million in there that didn't come from PlayStation. They procured that funding before they were even owned by PlayStation. The one round of funding, there's like private investment firms and stuff that are in there. Like Jerry Jones is in there. Like that, everybody gets this twisted up and gets the facts all wrong. That there is not a universe where Sony was like, oh, here's $500 million. Sony spent a lot to try to get that thing to market. They did. They were having other studios help. They really believed in it, and they burned through cash. That's undeniable. But this $500 million amount that gets thrown out, there's at least $200 to $250 million in there that didn't even, it was impossible for it to come from Sony because it was a round of funding that took place before they were even acquired. And then there was another round of funding that they went out and got. And here's the other thing that people mistake. Firewalk went and got all that funding, and we don't even know if all that money went to Concord. Firewalk was using it for other projects as well. We don't know. We don't know what the money was going to. There is no concrete data point, report, fiscal, financial, anything, no earnings call to back that claim. There isn't. There isn't. Colin Moriarty said what he said in his tweet, and then later he came back and he qualified how the money broke down. And it does not break down into, yeah, PlayStation burned through $500 million on Concord. That's not true. His own reporting, his own claims are that there was two different rounds of funding for that game. He went through that on the Sacred Symbols podcast in the wake of that tweet going viral. So, regardless of how much they lost, whether Sony spent $200 million or $300 million, that's superfluous to the discussion. This is not about what Sony did or what PlayStation did. We're talking about the future of all these studios and properties and employees underneath Microsoft's ownership. Yeah, I want to check out Starseeker. You know what's interesting about Starseeker? It's an early access game on console. Did we do it? Have we done it? Have we successfully gotten a company? Did we do it? You guys know me. I'm a huge proponent of early access. It's an early access game on console. It's on PC and console. And they have it labeled as early access. I'm like, what? I've been saying to do this for years. Now, their updates and certifications and things will always hit Steam faster, and then PlayStation and then Xbox is typically the slowest, unfortunately. Xbox has always done early access on console. The preview program's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about literally letting a game company ship a SKU purchasable early access. The game preview program was like interwoven into Game Pass. I'm talking about literally just like, no, you can launch a game in early access on our game, in our store. People can go buy it. If Xbox has been doing that, I always thought it was interwoven with Game Pass in the preview program. Maybe I'm ignorant. PlayStation has not traditionally done that, and they're the larger console. So it's like, if they're going to start letting people ship games in early access on console, I'm like, dude, keep doing that. That's fantastic. What about Ark? Yeah, I guess Ark, but wasn't Ark... I feel like games like Fortnite and Ark kind of did it, and they classified themselves as like betas, I guess. PoE 2's early access. That's true. I forgot about PoE 2. I hope more and more games do this. I do. You definitely have to charge lower amount. You can't charge like $70, I don't think. I think that's going to be a hard sell. Starseeker Astroneer Expeditions on PlayStation is... It's $30, and it already has a 4.67, so it's doing pretty well just with the first batch of people reviewing it, and it's only $30. It's not just Game Pass. Well, I think Xbox deserves more credit for that, and maybe they just didn't talk about it enough, but I have said for a very, very long time, and maybe this comes down to studios and not the platforms, right? Maybe it's the studios. I think more and more studios should embrace the idea of... Listen, if you want your game to be successful and it's got an ongoing component, you need to ship a minimum viable product in early access and start getting feedback as soon as you possibly can. Charge people $20 or $30 for it and start getting that feedback. Because if not, you're going to end up shipping something in 4 or 5 years, and by the time it comes out, you may have made really, really bad mistakes or things that people aren't going to like, or maybe trends within the market shifted beneath your feet. So I 100% think that this is a good move, and I hope Starseeker is one of many that start doing this. Was DayZ on console while it was in early access? Yeah, I honestly don't know. I don't think you guys are wrong that there have been games that have done this. Fortnite was in beta. The Battle Royale was in beta for a really long time. And Save the World was in like a early access beta founders status or something. And then there were games like Ark and others. I want it to become more standard. Yeah, thank you. Power World's another great example. It's about to go into 1.0. I just hope this is I hope we're seeing a trend start. I want to see that as a trend. Stop letting all the slop and all the mimicry in the storefront and start getting games in early access in the dadgum storefront. Now, as a follow-up, what I think they should do, they need to institute a way to provide feedback and like a scoring system that doesn't affect the overall score of the product. Right now, Steam is sort of our canary in the coal mine. One of the worst things about early access is that the only way for people to say, hey, that recent patch sucks, is to downvote the game. And I just don't think that that's productive. We need another way of providing feedback. We need some type of version review as opposed to a game review or something. I don't know. I don't know how to build it. I don't know what it looks like. But they got to put their heads together and come up with a better way of letting people provide feedback and like version reviews or patch reviews. So the game score is not like, oh, 86 people are having a good time. And they push out a bad patch and it's like 67. And you're like, oh, frick, everybody's mad. I completely disagree about early access. After playing early access games the last 7-8 years, I've gotten tired of them. It takes years to finish. Updates are usually super slow. And after the first few weeks, 90 to 95% quit and don't come back until 1.0. Valheim has been in early access for 5+ years. It was supposed to be 1 year. This is becoming more and more common with many early access games. Well, let me ask you something, Mediocre Milton. Your position seems to hinge upon something that you want, which is fine. That's a fair position to take. But Valheim has a 94% on Steam. So my retort to you is, it seems like consumers are getting a good value, and they're having a good time. So is that why is that a problem? Your ideal is fine. I don't feel like your ideal is a great criticism, because it's like, yeah, but a 94% for Valheim? That's a lot of people that seem to be having a pretty satisfactory experience. The mythical 1.0 moment is great, but it also doesn't mean that in the process people haven't had a wonderful time with the game. It's tough because you can't really get a refund if they never finish a game. Okay, but that's a risk that you take. Like buying sushi from a street vendor. Like, you know you're taking a risk, right? Your little tum-tum might hate it later. Like, you know you're taking a risk buying early access. Isn't that the good with the bad? You know, that's the facts of life. Dating myself. You take the good with the bad. Like, yeah, the good is you get to try out a game and you can help it get better, and they can make an amazing product when it finally comes out. The bad is you might buy a game that never gets to 1.0. I kind of feel like we benefit more. I feel like the net, we net benefit more from early access than we're harmed by it, would be my argument. I love Valheim, but there's no reason it should have taken this long to finish. I'd be fine with early access if it was 3 to 6 months. Yeah, but everything's scopes, man. The scope creep of every project is real. I got a project right now that scope creeped on me. It's complete BS that all these devs do early access for feedback. Most of the time it's because they need money to develop the game. Okay. That's fair. Yeah, no, that's fair. If they're using early access as a quasi Kickstarter, I think that's a fair form of criticism. I like your trials idea better than normalizing early access on consoles. Well, it depends on the game. I like early access for ongoing games because I think they're extremely hard to successfully launch, and I think you will increase the number of successful ongoing games. You will increase that number by allowing games to get to a minimum viable product, come to market in early access, and then take shape over the years. Hey, back off my scope creep. It's what I do. I know. I've learned. Believe me, I know. I'm a part of a group that's waiting on a construction project to finish, and it's going to end up being almost exactly 1 year later than they said it would be. Almost to the date, going to end up being an entire year late. I'm well aware that these things happen. I may have joined the convo very late, but I don't know what the difference between an early access product that you keep updating and a fully released product you keep updating. If you keep updating either way, why does it matter? That's a great question. Let me explain the difference, because I actually think that's a good distinction. Okay, so Diablo 4 is great for me to demonstrate this, okay? So, Diablo 4 launches, and it's got all of these foundational problems that people don't like. Those problems are a lot harder to fix because they're so interwoven into every system. They're baked into the crust of the game. Okay? Harder to fix. They take longer to fix. And then by the time they are addressed and updated and rectified, lots of time has passed and you've probably lost lots of players. Now, they're at a scale where maybe they can weather it because they're Blizzard, but imagine that you're not that size. It could mean financial ruin. Imagine Diablo 4, instead of shipping when it did in development for 5 or 6 years, imagine if you shipped Diablo 4 2 years into its life and you ship Act 1 and you iterate on the skill trees and the power and the way all of the different interwoven systems work, and the community is able to say, bad idea, good idea, and you're iterating. And what you're doing now is you're creating this amazingly strong foundation that will set trajectories for Act 2, 3, 4, and 5, how people level, how it affects endgame loops. There's a cascade of benefits that come from this because you're building a better foundation. The analogy I've used is I was reading a book about a guy who was flying with a friend in Africa, and they were delivering medicine. And sometimes his friend would let him pilot the plane, and he would get very scoldy if they were off by just a degree. And he told him, if our heading is off by a degree, we could end up in the wrong place, and we could get shot down. We could get in a bad situation. And the point being, if you're building a live service game and you have all these little micro trajectories that are being tuned, how fast people level, how the skill tree works, how the loot system works, how the loot pool works, all of those systems, right? There are all these micro trajectories. And if you have some of these calibrated incorrectly to where people don't like them, they go like this. And you end up way out here with this contorted, awkward tree that needs to be pruned back, trimmed back, and then given better trajectories. So, early access, especially for an ongoing game that has these types of systems, it benefits immensely from the earliest player feedback possible, because those trajectories can be better calibrated so that you don't end up in all these other, you don't end up with skill trees and builds and classes that are all over the place. Early access for a game like Diablo 4 would have been just invaluable to the 1.0 version they would have had. So instead of being like, oh, Diablo 4 launched, and 4 years after launch it's respectable, it'd be like, no, Diablo will launch in early access, and 3 or 4 years later, its 1.0 moment is a triumph. I think that's the difference, and I think I advocate for it because we've seen it work so well for games like Baldur's Gate 3. Another example is Deep Rock Galactic, Cult Rogue Core. They did close tests for over a year, didn't listen to the feedback, and the game launched with mixed reviews. They have no excuse considering Deep Rock Galactic was one of the best examples of how to do early access right. Bad examples do not indict the system. I don't agree with that. Bad examples do not indict the system. There are plenty of great examples. If I argued early access was a guarantee for success and I referenced Baldur's Gate 3, that would be very unfair for me to do. I'm taking the best example of early access and claiming, oh, this means it'll always be a success. So you can't take a bad example and indict the entire edifice to be like, yep, no, early access is bad. It's like there are so many examples of great early access. I mean, in your own comment, you reference a good game that was in early access. I appreciate it. I've been asking this question to gamers and developers for the last year, and no one has answered. That being said, do you think Crimson Desert should have been early access? Yes. Crimson Desert is one of the greatest examples of what early access can do for you. Crimson Desert could have gone into early access a year ago. It could have launched in 1.0 this year, and it could have been one of the toughest games to beat for Game of the Year. Instead, they sullied their launch. They've got mixed reviews all over the place. The gaming press is not going to circle back and play your entire game through every time you do a significant update. So the best version of Crimson Desert will never be reviewed by the review circuit, ever. It won't. The best version of Crimson Desert, when they finally put that crown jewel in and they feel like this is the best version, and we iterated and we listened to feedback and we've done all these updates, bully for them, good for them, that's great, but that game will never be represented in the annals of history because you're never going to be able to go to the review circuit or OpenCritic or Metacritic and be like, oh man, look at the history of Crimson Desert. You're never going to have that. You're going to have this weird mixed history of like, why did this game get so many inconsistent bad scores? Because it launched and it clearly wasn't ready. It launched and it clearly wasn't ready. My point is the same devs did early access right, and then they did it wrong. They ignored feedback. Are you sure about that? Are you sure that it was the exact same team? I didn't think it was the same team, brother. No, yeah, it says Ghost Ship Games. I thought it was a different team. I thought Deep Rock Galactic Core was a different team than Deep Rock Galactic. I thought it was a different team. That's my bad. Yeah, that's unfortunate. You know what's really unfortunate about it? I was really looking forward to Deep Rock Galactic Core. I thought my wife doesn't like Deep Rock Galactic because of the stress of like trying to escape the missions. I think one day I'll get her back in there and get her to enjoy it. I still think it's one of the best games that her and I don't play. It's like perfect for us. It's like the perfect game for us, and she doesn't like the stress of trying to leave at the end. And I was like, well, a rogue would be great because we loved we loved Gunfire Reborn, and we loved RoboQuest, and we loved Dead Zone Rogue. And I'm like, well, like Deep Rock Galactic Core, Rogue Core could be great for us. So I'm really disappointed to see where it's landing. That's very disappointing. Glassdoor Gamer with a $5 super chat says, Nishino the Machino is the best thing to happen to PlayStation. He's talking about Hideaki Nishino. He got rid of the Play Anywhere colonizers and will double down on AA exclusives too. But original Deep Rock was also very rocky for years in early access. Deep Rock was rocky. It's terrible. What's great about that is, I don't even think you meant to. It's a little rocky. Boo. Boo you. Boo you, Zubair. And a single gift that comes in from Risick. Thank you so much, Risick. Let's end the day at 400. So tomorrow's easy, boys. Tomorrow's Friday. Actually, I can't extend much more. We need 15 more likes. If you haven't hit the like button yet, please hit that like button for me. Really strong day. Great conversations, great rants, great debates. I've had a great time. You guys are amazing. Keep hitting that like button and doing all the things. If you haven't subscribed on YouTube, consider doing that. If you haven't hit follow or subscribed on Twitch, you can do that. That helps me out. If you are watching on YouTube and you see all those people in chat with joysticks next to their name, they are members. Now, you might get a gifted member, because guys like Risick gift all the time, and I gift all the time. If we can hit 400 before the end of the show, I'm going to drop a 5-bomb on YouTube, if YouTube is the one that helps us hit it. So, YouTube, hurry up. If you're going to do it, do it. If not, it's going to just have to be a triple. But we are trying to get to 600 paying members. And that means for $5 a month, you become a member to my channel. So you spend the $5, and then for the entire month, you can get into my Discord, and you can get into the Green Room segment that we do every day. So we're currently... my nose is itching like crazy. We're currently sitting at 550. We're currently sitting at 550. It's good to have time to hang again. Always enjoy your shows. Lono, keep being you. Thank you so much, Westernator. Thank you. And Risick's going to make it easy. He does a 5-bomb, and we're at 381. A 20 bomb could steal the milestone. Twitch, I'm not saying you should do that, but you should do that. Make it hard on him. Don't let him take this. Make YouTube work for it. Khaled uses the question command. Lono, since Xbox is bringing back exclusives, are you going to bring back From Fridays? No. Oh, brother, this guy. Yote sits near 350 million on PlayStation alone, while Shadow sits at 370 across PS5, Xbox, and Steam. They're both banging games in their own right, but because PlayStation doesn't pay a platform cut on their own storefront, the net picture is that Yote has almost certainly generated more net revenue for PlayStation on a single platform than Shadows did for Ubisoft across 3. I think it's a good point of comparison. I don't think it's good if you're going to try to run the narrative that, like, this is why Ubisoft's share value went down, but... and a 5-bomb comes in from Risick, and he gets us to 386. Risick is asking you guys to help him with the 5-bomb train, it looks like. Many hands make light work. This is a great tweet from Dell. Oh, and I replied to his tweet, too. This is pretty potent and timely. Or not potent, pretty poignant and timely. FTC tried to block the Microsoft acquisition due to a risk of suppressing competition, either by controlled monopoly or by buying and dismantling studios. And I said, folks are going to start feeling regret for attacking the FTC. Y'all feeling that regret yet? Y'all feeling that regret yet? Ryan Gasling says, the road to 600. Thank you, Ryan. You renewed your sub today, and I appreciate it. Helping us out. Every little step helps. Every little step helps. Doesn't Duskfade come out soon, too? Duskfade looks pretty good. Oh, no, that's August. Never mind. And Lord Horg renews their membership to get us to 387. Thank you so much, Lord Horg. And a Prime from Hotshot over there on Purple says, just gifting Prime here. Back to YouTube. Thank you very much. What do you think about Star Citizen being in early access? Do you feel like they're just taking advantage of the early access label? I think there are a number of people that could claim they feel like Star Citizen is a scam. I feel like most of the people that claim it's a scam use the word incorrectly. I don't think it's a scam because at this point people are paying and getting a value for what they pay. Like, I feel like value transmission in the gaming world is a little bit nebulous. Like, if you're paying to access a game like that and you're getting ships and you're getting playtime and you're enjoying yourself, then you're not being scammed, okay? Now, some of the people in the earliest moments of that game's funding have not received what they were hoping to get in the timeline that they were hoping to get it. They could feel like, hey, man, we've been kind of scammed here. But I don't think those people are commonly the ones speaking up. I feel like a lot of the people that speak up and call Star Citizen a scam, they're misusing the word. Anybody paying right now, and Lord Horg's upgrading to Plus. I'm going to bump the line because Pluses count as a double. Thank you so much, Lord Horg. A scam means that somebody pays money and doesn't get what they were promised in return. That's not happening in Star Citizen. Anybody spending money in that game right now is getting getting something in return. They're not being scammed. You know what I mean? Not advertising another show, just saying fitting to the narrative. Kind of funny about Xbox layoffs coming up. I don't know what you mean. We've been covering that all day. And a single comes in from Broken Earth. We are exactly a 10 bomb away from 400. Jay had the exact same idea. Him and Broken Earth are stepping on each other's toes. So whoever does the 10 bomb is an agent of chaos. And then I'll drop a 5 bomb. You guys are the absolute best. Thank you very, very much. If you get a gifted, use it. Use the gifted. If you guys get gifted memberships on YouTube or Twitch, use it. Get in the Discord, man. Be a part of the community. It's good people in there. They're playing games together. Kind of funny, might talk about the Microsoft layoffs. Is that what they meant? I mean, anybody with the YouTube channel is going to be talking about the Microsoft layoffs. I mean, I don't necessarily think you're not like breaking a story. Like, hey, the Kind of Funny guys are going to talk about this. Like, oh, are they? Like, who wouldn't? I mean, no offense. Everybody's going to talk about this, brother. It's like the biggest gaming story happening right now. Joker Quinn says, Jay ruined it for me. I'm proud. Let's see here. It's over 9,000 coming soon. I don't think it's going to be 9,000 layoffs. I think you said something about that earlier. I don't think it'll be that high. That seems insane. Jay says it wasn't my intention. Guys, don't let Joker Quinn celebrate this, all right? Let's give 400 and make let everybody that gifts right now, you're making Joker Quinn mad. That's what you're doing. Every gift for the next 5 minutes is an insult to Joker Quinn and his legacy as the ruiner. Okay, that's worth the price of admission alone. You know, even if you gift a membership to yourself, that you that's the best thing you could do right now, is ruin Joker Quinn's day. Broken Earth with the 5 bomb gets us the 396. You see what I'm saying? Like, what What more could you ask for? An opportunity to ruin Joker Quinn's day. An opportunity to ruin Joker Quinn's day. I mean, come on. You should jump at the chance. The guy ruins the stinking total every day. Broken Earth says, I'll take that action. That's right. Oh, one of those went to 8-Bit Pro. He's been around for a really long time. Glad to see you get your badge back, 8-Bit Pro. By the way, let me see if it's still available. Somebody tweeted about it this morning. I forget who. There is a really, really good limited time Prime deal on the Hobbit Deluxe Illustrated Edition. It's really, really nice. It's been cut in half. It's like $80 instead of $190. I don't know why it's so expensive normally. It's got over 50 sketches from Tolkien, paintings, drawings, maps. If you guys use the Amazon command and you take advantage of any of the Prime days, I do get a kickback from you using my referral link. You won't get like a discount or anything. But there is an illustrated edition of The Hobbit right now that has been like significantly marked down. And I had some gift cards that had stacked up, and I used them because I was like, I'm going to be reading The Hobbit to my kids soon. I'm going to snag that sucker. So I'd keep an eye open for the GTA 6 trailer 3. And a 5-bomb from J-Cell. That's right. Ruin the ruiner's day. Jay said F it. He said F it. All right, that means I owe you guys a 5-bomb. It's time. World Cup will be Miami starting June 15th to July 18th. 15th to Monday. I could see them dropping a trailer in the morning. No, I don't think I don't think Rockstar does anything until August. Oh, this is a new logo for gifting. And a 10-bomb comes in from Broken Earth. Yeah, it's a new... Excuse me. My nose is driving me crazy all of a sudden. It was fine all morning. Every once in a while, dude, I get it's like an itch or something. It drives me absolutely insane sometimes. I don't know what it's from. It's like it's not allergies. I don't know what it is. Good stream today. Thank you, Charles Hawk. There's a 5-bomb that August is crazy. Definitely before that. No, I think it's August. Maybe July. They said not till summer. World Cup is a huge stage, so it's not a terrible prediction. It's not a terrible guess. But, yeah. All right. If you guys are going to do any more gifteds or renewals or anything like that, I'll just give it 2 minutes because I do need a break, and I use going to Green Room as an opportunity for me to take a break. I've been sitting here for, almost 5 hours. So tomorrow is the DirectX show with Lono. Oh yeah, we're going to talk about DirectX tomorrow and how it's it gives Microsoft a monopolistic power over the entire Western gaming world. Oh, and also the world is flat. Oh my gosh. Ubiquity. It's ubiquitous. You're still doing Green Room? Yeah, we'll do Green Room for a bit. What? This is... Report and block. That's dedication. Hit the likes. Drop some subbies. Thank you, Broken Earth. I appreciate that, dude. Summer technically starts in like 10 days. They're not waiting until August to finally start marketing GTA 6. I'll put money on that. Oh, what's good, D-Knows? My friend got hit with a layoff from Ubisoft. That sucks, bro. I'm sorry. Hopefully they can land on their feet, man. It's not a good market right now for that. That sucks. It's a tough market right now. It's about to get flooded with people that we're going to be flooded with games, and the market's going to be flooded with unemployed devs. It just sucks. Who got reported and blocked? Blocked and reported. It was just an email scam that I got. And a 5 bomb from Sal gets us to 416. Thank you very much. All right. It's 150. Last call. Oh, we're 10 away from me owing you guys another member. We're 10 away. Last call, boys. Last call. 60 seconds and we're out of here. Anybody else going to try to hit that thing before the buzzer to make it a little bit easier for tomorrow? And a single comes in from Joker Quinn. Joker Quinn doesn't even know what he's doing anymore. He just bumped it to 417. That doesn't do anything, Joker Quinn. You're not ruining anything. I also like how your Tobey Maguire avatar has changed. I'll have to come up with a stretch goal. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that Microsoft owns Kind of Funny if they use anything with DirectX. Are they allowed to even talk about it? We did it, boys. We broke Joker. That's right. All right, last call. We'll have to come up with a stretch goal. Matt and I playing Destiny. Maybe we come up with something else. I don't know. Maybe we come up with something else. Maybe we make her play a different game. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. All right. If you guys use the Discord command in chat, if you use the Discord link in the description, you can come with us if you're a member. If you're not a member, become a member right now. Hit the join button. It's $5, and you can keep hanging out with us, and you can hang out with us for the entire month in the Discord. Same thing with you guys over there on Twitch. Hit sub. If you sub over there, you'll never see an ad. I turn ads off for subs. So if you like watching without any of that, $5, and then you're a sub, right? Maybe we could play Star Seeker with her. In any case, thank you guys for an amazing day. Head to the Discord. I'll see you over there for Green Room. And again, if you're not in there, you can use the Discord command or the link to the Discord listed below. Thanks.